Let's go. Yep. What are we gonna do, bro? Playing for stacks. We're Smolder Wolder.
Huh, what you doing?
Can you rapid start today? No.
Gotta stay on my claws, like Mom always says. Rah, 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 rah.
Let's remember the last time video games made crazy progress in graphics.
Okay. Let me see this.
It wasn't that long ago. A damn 21 years ago. I don't know how many of you played the first Far Cry, but when I played it for the first time, it just blew my mind. It was the most beautiful game of its time.
Yeah, it was
Even
insane.
now, if I show you a real photo of a tropical island and a screenshot from this game, you
That's really good. For 2004, that's crazy good.
will not be able to tell the difference. But the most amazing thing was that the first Far Cry was actually
I'm going to open this up on YouTube just so I can hear it more easily.
Tropical Island was that the first Far Cry was actually the first game created on the Crytek engine. In other words, it was essentially just a test project, a trial run of a new engine by developers, the capabilities and features of which were still unknown.
Yeah, sure.
And yet, this engine was still able to produce a game that set a new graphical standard for shooters for years to come. But can we see something similar when it comes to modern engines? Unreal Engine has been around for many years. A
Yeah,
lot of
people have
projects
used
have
Unreal
been made on
forever.
it, but developers still can't master it. Even 5 years after the release of
Yeah.
this engine, we still get unoptimized games that don't work well even on top-of-the-line PCs. Have developers
That's true.
really not learned how to create games on Unreal Engine 5 after all these years? Or
It's
is
bad.
this a problem with all the modern engines and technologies? Why has the technical state of games deteriorated, and why are we not seeing
It is crazy that you can look at Black Flag and like this game came out in 2014, right? And this game came out last year and Black Flag just looks, I mean, this is my opinion, infinitely fucking better. Like way fucking better.
any graphical revolutions? And most importantly, why were developers able to do 15 years ago what
Yeah.
modern developers are unable to do?
I wonder.
Dr. Freeman, I presume.
Damn.
On November 19th, 2004, when Half-Life 2 was released on Steam, the server simply couldn't handle it. Hundreds of thousands of people tried to activate their copies at the same time.
Damn.
For Valve,
That
this
was a
was
lot-
not just a game release,
2004.
but a test of an entire technical chain, which ended with the sale of the game through digital distribution and
Yep.
began with the creation of their own game engine. Source Engine looked like something from the future at the time. For the first time, physics, lighting, and animation worked not as separate systems, but as a single process.
I don't think that I can really explain how crazy it is that, like, I grew up, like, anybody that's, like, my age, and especially people that are a little bit older, isn't it insane that we started with Super Mario World or Super Mario Brothers, and now we're looking at things like, Expedition 33? Oh, my God. Like, and like nowadays, like people don't have that same, like, and you remember the big jumps, don't you? Like the big jumps, like, fucking even Super Mario Brothers 3 was a big jump. And then you had Super Mario World, Yoshi's Island, Super Mario RPG was like, what the fuck? And then Ocarina of Time comes out. And then you have, and this was the big one for me. For him, it might have been Far Cry. For me, Final Fantasy X. Oh my God. Like that game was like a console level of like of difference. It was ridiculous. Final Fantasy X for its time was insane. And then you just had massive improvement over massive improvement over massive improvement. And again, it makes sense why they've declined, right? Because of diminishing returns and, there's just the way that things are. But man, growing up with that was just fucking insane.
Well-known Havoc physics was not
it's a
called
weird
by
thing
the
you can
engine.
explain.
It was sewn into the render, so objects reacted not according to the script, but rather according to the real mass and momentum. That is why the physics in the game, for which Havoc was responsible, felt so progressive, smooth, and realistic. Even dynamic light affected dust particles, and the sky in Half-Life 2 was rendered as a separate layer that took into account atmospheric absorption. A small detail, but it did mark the beginning of the era of realistic global illumination. And at the same time, the game ran smoothly on video cards that today would not even run Steam.
That's
Source
right.
was so flexible that Valve ended up using it for another 15 years. They used it to build Portal, Left 4 Dead, CSGO, and even Half-Life 3. The
It's
engine
gonna be next
survived
year.
an entire era, simply because its architecture was originally
There he
designed
is.
for scaling and technical development of video games, not just marketing. A few years after the release of Half-Life 2, Crytek tried to repeat the explosive effect they got from the first Far Cry. At that time, the team developed their own engine just for demonstration purposes. CryEngine 1 was supposed to show that an open
Look at that. Back then, this was just like, it's fucking ridiculous.
environment could look like a rendered level, but the
Yeah.
result exceeded the goal.
insane.
People bought the game not just for the plot or gameplay, but to test whether their PC could handle it.
Yeah.
And because of the bright screenshots of a tropical island on the back of a disc box. After that, Crytek completely rewrote the engine, and in 2007, Crysis was released on CryEngine 2. This engine was the first to combine an automatic LOD system with streaming objects and textures, which allowed the engine to switch detail levels on its own without scripts. In simple terms, the same object in the game had several versions.
Look at that. Look at that. What year did this game come out at? I actually don't know. Like, because if this video game got released today, people would say that the graphics for it pass. 2007. Oh my God.
A high polygon version for
Wow.
close distances and a simplified version for far distances. In Crysis, this process worked automatically for the first time. The engine calculated the distance to each object in the frame and replaced it with a model of the appropriate complexity in real time. This meant that the player could see tens of thousands of objects.
You're telling me this was 2007? There's no way this was 2007. Wait, so this is so sad. What? How? Oh my God. How have we devolved? This is the you realize that this is the plot of Idiocracy, right? Just, keep that in mind.
Trees, rocks, buildings, while
what to
maintaining a stable FPS.
Yeah.
And yes, if it weren't for this system, Crysis would not have run on any of the top PCs of the time. As graphically advanced as this game was for its time, CryEngine made it possible. At the same time, it had dynamic texture streaming, which freed up memory in real time as the player moved around the map. For 2007, this was unthinkable. So Crytek essentially implemented manual load management, which allowed the game to remain playable. Well, almost.
Water in this game also looks phenomenal.
Meanwhile, Rockstar was working to prove the opposite, that an open world could be compact and stable rather than cumbersome. The renderware engine used in GTA 3, Vice City, and San Andreas was an invisible revolution. In it, the city was divided into hundreds of 64 by 64 meter sectors, and the engine only loaded those that were in the camera's field of view.
They're effectively doing that even with servers now. I think that there's a server technology that Star Citizen's using that's similar to that.
That's why the player could drive through the entire city without a loading screen on 32 megabytes of RAM.
Back in the day, like World of Warcraft not having loading screens between zones was like a huge selling point. And this is one of the things that like a lot of younger people, like let's say you're like 21 right now, this entire paradigm might seem weird to you. But like back then, people bought games for the graphics because something like that was just completely unthinkable. And if you want to know how recent it was, think about the fact that the Ten Commandments, the old movie with Charlton Heston, won an Oscar for special effects. And go back and watch it. And think that's how fast things have evolved.
For the PS2, it was almost magic. The same principle was adopted by Ubisoft and Bethesda, and it was with renderware that the era of the seamless world began. By the way, this engine was super versatile. It worked well on dozens of platforms and several generations. And the games created on it are still a pleasant memory of a warm childhood for most people. These engines were not better than modern ones in the general sense. They simply worked according to a clear technical task and allowed games not only to function normally, but also to develop both technically and in terms of gameplay. Developers didn't just take the ready-made universal tools of these engines, but adapted them to different tasks and technical challenges, thereby constantly expanding the boundaries of what a video game
look
can
at that.
show
That's
a player.
insane.
But
Holy
years
fuck.
go by, and now everything looks a little different in the industry. How did engines created for progress turn into a barrier? Why do new games, instead of pushing the boundaries, often repeat the same
Sykkuno victim comes forward saying that he finished inside her without protection in Evo Las Vegas. So she got raw dogged and now she wants to cancel Sykkuno over it?
Went to Evo Las Vegas alone. But I wasn't alone. I shared a hotel room with Sykkuno.
So he just showed up there. There's like, there's no... Okay, so we're going to start this... Let me just...
But I didn't know
You didn't know what?
that he had other intentions. And I didn't ask him to share a room
I don't
with
believe
me.
that.
I just simply asked him, hey, are you going to Evo Las Vegas?
I don't believe that.
He said yes. And I said, oh, I'm trying to go this year. I'm looking at hotels and everything's so expensive. Do you pretty much have like any recommendations? Like, I know he lives in Las Vegas. And he said, oh, you're planning on coming. I actually have room. If you just want to, like, room with me. And I said, and I, at first, was not against it. I was like, are you sure? Like, no, I don't want to intrude. Like, I don't mind getting my own hotel and all this. Like, I was insistent on being like, oh, no, it's fine.
She's the victim here?
He said, no, like, I have extra room. I already paid for it. And I even asked him, I'm like, are you rooming with a group or with friends? And he said, no, but there's 2 beds. So, like, you'll get your own bed. You know, like,
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Got it. Okay. That's crazy. Now what?
So I took his offer.
You did. Okay.
Being a dumbass, I took his offer. But I did later. I even offered to pay him back. I said,
Oh my
how much
God.
should I save up for accommodations? And he said, oh, no, you don't have to pay me back.
Yeah,
Like,
sure.
I already have room for the hotel. You don't have to pay me back. So, yeah, I shared a room with Sykkuno.
Got it. Yeah.
Um,
Consensually. You consensually share a room with
at
Sykkuno.
Evo Las Vegas.
You agreed to doing this ahead of time,
And
knowing
we had plans to
what was
watch
going on.
a movie together.
Yeah.
We had plans to watch a horror movie together.
Right.
Until Dawn. That movie's ass. Actually, I didn't even get to finish it, but that movie's ass.
Yeah.
He has a hotel even though he lives in Vegas. Yes.
Well, he got a hotel in Vegas so he could hook up with you and not have his girlfriend know about it. Like, that's obviously the reason why. I mean, it's pretty clear.
We were watching the movie, and he started to get very angsty or something. I don't know how to explain
Yeah?
it, but he pretty much tried to make a move on me,
No way.
and
So you tell... Wait, hold up. Let me get this straight. So, you think this guy's single, and he offers you to stay in his hotel room, and you're watching a horror movie together, and he tries to make a move on you. I mean, guys, I think that's rape, right? I mean, it has to be. Jeez. That's horrible. Wow.
I was fully trying to say, like, I'm just here to watch the movie. Like, I'm just here to watch the movie.
Yeah? Yeah?
But me, being a
Their
dumbass
audio
and
is a
not
little loud.
being
Sorry about that.
very like, what's the word?
What's... Yeah?
Very strong in, like, mentally, not physically. I mean, like,
So he didn't try to physically overpower you. Okay.
like, maybe this is a people pleaser in me, but
It's
maybe
a people pleaser in me, and I had sex with him, and now I regret it.
I don't know, benefit of the doubt, or because I still thought he was cute, or I don't know.
This looks so bad. This is the kind of stuff, bro. This is what spawns incels. I'm sorry. This is what spawns them. Like, you ask, oh, where do incels come from? Right fucking here.
He tried to make a move on me, resolute, I don't know, but he made a move on me. It did take like 30 minutes.
30 minutes? For what?
Wow, I don't want to share that. I don't like sharing this on. This is like so personal.
Yeah.
Like, I don't talk about my intimate life at all. But I don't sleep with anyone that I'm not dating. And it didn't happen that night.
What?
I didn't want it to happen. So instead, I just gave him oral. Okay? I just... And
Got
then
it.
when he fell asleep, I got out of bed and I just ate a banana and I was just staring out the window. I was
second
dissociating. I think I was straight up just dissociating. And I'm like, what the fuck happened? What just happened? And then in the morning,
Right.
I barely slept that night.
Yeah.
Then in the morning, he didn't really want to talk about it. And I was just kind of trying to open it up and talk to him about like what happened. And then we were gonna talk about it, I don't know, later or something. I don't know, but I can't remember. But he ends up hugging me.
Okay, he hugs you? Uh-huh.
But then pushes me onto the bed
Yeah.
from the hug. And we end up having sex.
We end up having sex. It's crazy that you're using this level of ambiguity. Either it was consensual or it wasn't. If it wasn't consensual, then he raped you. If it was consensual, then you regret it. This weird, like, uncertainty about things, I have, this is a big problem to me. I think this is a huge problem. Like, just say it.
I didn't have it in me to tell him to stop. So I just let it happen. And while this was happening, while we were doing it, I always wear protection, and I only sleep with people I'm in a relationship with. So I'm not used to one-night stands or anything like that. But we were not using protection, and I'm legally hard of hearing, if you guys don't know already. But in the heat of the moment, he asked me if it was safe, and I didn't hear him. But
Are you kidding me? Are you? Oh my god. What is this? He literally asked her. Oh my god.
I just said, and he finished inside of me, and then that was it. And then,
well, okay.
we just laid there for a little bit, and then I brought it up. I asked him. And then inside of me, and then that was it. And then,
well, okay.
we just laid there for a little bit, and then I brought it up. I asked him straight up.
Yeah.
When was your last relationship? And do you sleep around often? Like, is this normal for you? Because I told him straight up, I do not date with people. I do not sleep with people I do not date.
It's very weird that she's framing her own supposed moral guideline as an implication that he did something wrong. So but you weren't in a relationship with him at all. You obviously agreed to give him a blowjob, and then you have sex with him the next day. I mean, at a certain point, I understand coercion, but this is the thing that I find to be very interesting. What do you think the probability is that he didn't obtain consent for the blowjob, he didn't obtain consent for sex, but he asked for consent to wear a condom? Something about this isn't making sense to me. Like, I don't want to sound like an asshole, right? But in my opinion, something like this is either rape or it's not. And if you have sex with somebody and you don't consent to it, and especially if you withdraw consent, and even in my opinion, if you tell a girl, I'm gonna wear a condom, and then you don't wear a condom, rape is a very, very strongly worded, a strong connotation, but it's undeniably sexual assault. It's undeniably sexual assault. So the whole thing about this, in my opinion, everything is always based on consent. It is always on consent. And there is nothing about what you said that implies, and you either reframe that you thought that he was cute at the beginning of the video. This is actually probably the worst one of these videos that I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen one worse than this ever. And so, and the problem that I have with this mostly is that she's reframing him, like a person being deceitful and a person lying about their relationship status is not even in the spectrum of sexual assault. It's nowhere. It's mean, it's wrong, it's awful. He shouldn't have done it. He's a piece of shit for doing it. But do not even try to imply that it was not consensual, and the fact that she's framing it like, oh, I only do this. And the reason why I think she's doing that, and maybe not the reason, but I think that what's happening is that you hear that, and then the implication is that, well, then why did she do it? And then your mind goes to the perspective of maybe he made her do it. She never clarifies that. That's crazy. That's insane. Wow. This video is more harmful to actual victims? I totally agree. This is why you can't use the word victim? Well, I feel like he obviously, and this is the problem, is that there is nuance here. She is a victim of Saikuno. She is. But every other sexual assault victim is a victim of her. Because she's trying to use stolen valor from regretful sex and reframe it as if there was something that was non-consensual about it, or that she was taken advantage of, or that he did something wrong by finishing inside of her without a condom, when he explicitly asked and she didn't say no. And she was like, oh, I don't know. I'm hard of hearing. I don't know what happened. Who knows? This is my opinion on it, right?
I do not sleep with people that I do not date. That is just a moral of mine. I find it very intimate with whoever. Yeah. So, and I don't actually have. Well,
obviously you do, by the way.
I've only slept with I've only ever slept with 3 people.
Okay.
Well, 4 now, but I've only been in 3 relationships.
Right.
So it was very new to me. I've never had a one-night stand or anything like that. So I asked him, I'm like, is this normal for you? Like, do you sleep around a lot? And he said,
and
no.
Here's the problem is, like, the other girls, what they're accusing him of is just being a fuckboy, being a cheater, being an ass, being a liar, being a piece of shit, right? Like, and I don't have a problem with him getting exposed for that. But the moment that you start talking about actual real sexual encounters and you start framing them in a way that makes him look like he did something wrong in that circumstance, like, that is the difference between being in jail versus people on Twitter being mad at you. This is a huge difference. It's a massive fucking difference.
I just he was being around the bush the whole time that I was asking these questions. By the way, I'm like, then why did you sleep with me? And he said, oh, it just, you know, giving me really half-ass answers.
Yeah.
You know, like, oh, it just, you know, I've known you for a while and I know you're very sweet and, you know, you look nice. And then I asked him this question and I said, when was your last relationship? And he said 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So in my head, it's crazy that's why I feel so blindsided and backstabbed, because I asked these questions and they ended up being complete lies.
Yeah.
So when I really felt blindsided and backstabbed by all the information that was coming out, I really was, because I asked those two questions, like if he was in a relationship or like when his last relationship was, and if he sleeps around, and he told me no, and 3 years ago.
So he lied to you?
And after that,
yeah, he shouldn't have lied to you. It's
I
bad.
went on about my date, and then I ended up running into someone I'm very close with, and they offered me to stay in their hotel room because I didn't feel comfortable sleeping in mine. So I ended up sleeping at my friend's hotel room for the next 2 nights. And you guys can even see on Twitter, if you guys look at my Evo outfits, the first outfit is in a very different hotel room than the other two.
Yeah.
And that's because I ended up moving to another hotel.
Yeah.
The first one is in the one that I'm with Saikuno. And I ended up sleeping in the hotel that me and Saikuno had on the last night because he ended up checking out early and sleeping at his house. So that was the only time I saw him.
Quest failed.
We ran into each other a couple of more times at Evo, but we didn't really say anything, and he didn't really want to talk about what happened. And then I struggled with this for a while, and I had someone in my life be there for me and kind of try to help me through this.
Yeah.
And my dumbass tried talking about it with Saikuno later, trying to like understand what happened, because it's not something I'm used to. And he pretty much beat around the bush the whole time. And then he would say things like, "Oh, I'm confused. I just wanted to know what you felt about that." And I said, "No, I want to know what you felt about this."
Right.
Because I already told you how I felt. And
well, she wanted a relationship with him, it seems. That's what it seems like to me.
He was sorry that he made me. He's
like this is because she's asking like how it felt, and that's a question that you ask somebody that you're trying to, like that's what it seems like is going on. And I'm not. I don't know, right? I preface all this. I don't really know what happened, but like that's the way it seems like to me. She wanted him to lock in? Yeah. I mean, obviously. And also, like, keep in mind, there are no DMs that are posted of this conversation. There's no DMs that are posted of, her talking to him, like at the beginning. And like the other girls at least showed DMs. And you can, like, and it's gray, right? But I mean, this is
he
just.
was sorry that he gave me that
one more
impression.
minute. I'll watch the rest of it.
And that he would want to reconcile. And me being the dumbass I am,
Reconcile.
I still wanted to be friends with him for some reason. So I did. And that's why we still play.
It's not for some reason. It's because he's a popular, really well-known guy. I mean, would a girl that had sex with a guy that she thinks lied to her, like, let's make some sense out of this, right? Like, why would a girl want to continue being friends with a guy that she thought did that to her? You want him to be your boyfriend? Yeah, because she's still like, that's what I think happened. And I think that the framing around this is that he led her on. Like, this is what I think happened. And this is total fan fiction. I'm inventing this. What it seems like happened is that they were talking to be like more than friends and flirting probably, and then they got a hotel room together, and her reframing the, you know, sexual relationship around, well, I don't have sex with anybody who's not my boyfriend. The implication to me about that is that, well, okay, and then you had sex with him because you thought he was going to be your boyfriend. Like, that's the only lie, because it's either that or he raped you. Which one? Which one? Which one is it? And say it. Say it. Because if there's a rapist out there, if there's somebody who's committing sexual assault, if there's somebody doing this, the entire world should know. Everybody should know about this, so we know to avoid and hold this person accountable. So either you're embellishing, or you're lying by omission or misleading people, or you're protecting an abuser. How do you reconcile these two things? You go to the police? A lot of times, here's the reality. The police can't help with this stuff. Like, unless look, I mean, I don't want to be graphic about this, okay? Because it's an uncomfortable, unpleasant subject, right? But unless there's, like, wounds and, like, marks and, you know, like, evidence of it, and, you know, like, you do a rape kit and everything, it's extremely, very, like, massively hard to get a criminal conviction for something like this. A DNA, yeah, exactly. Marks of struggle? Yeah, exactly. So it's everybody says, oh, just go to the police, right? And like, if it's possible, I totally agree with you. But I think that you should recognize that in a lot of these cases, that's not a realistic conclusion that you can draw. Is this Me Too 2.0? It's Me Too 0.0.
Games. And then I ended up seeing him at TwitchCon at the Riot Party, and we actually talked in person for the first time since. And he actually brought that part up and said...
I've got a guess on what he said.
Like, he was sorry and stuff, and that he was sorry for giving me the impression. So I really thought...
What impression? Called it? Do you know how I call these things? I think of the dumbest, most one-dimensional, self-centered, self-serving, thoughtless reason that a person could have, and I assume that's the reason why they did something. And I'm right. Like, every time. I am.
He was, you know, honestly sorry, and I accepted it, and I thought I was the only one. Because I literally straight up asked him if he sleeps around, and he said no. So, sorry, I thought I was the only one. Did I think we were going to be in a relationship? No. I knew how much older he was than me.
Then what was the impression?
And I was like, why would he want to be in a relationship with someone much younger? So I didn't really think that, it was going to go anywhere. So, yeah, I just said, I think it's fine. Like, we'll just reconcile as friends. And that's that. And then...
Wow.
I wasn't drinking. I thought the sex was consensual at the same time. I wasn't drinking. I literally, he just convinced me that I wanted to fuck him, and I did it, and now, like, I regret it, or something like that. And they're gonna use that. They're gonna go, you fucking raped that woman, and it's going to happen. I thought the sex was consensual.
What the fuck is this clip? I know. So, anyway, yeah, I don't know what to say. Friends, morals, etc. I mean, again, I find this a kind of ending stream every day. Yeah, I guess so, right? And I fucked him. I didn't get any clout, so I'm claiming for my clout. I'm a victim because I had consensual sex. Now I regret it because he was also having consensual sex with other women. Him being an asshole, and it doesn't mean he raped or assaulted you or anything close. Yeah, exactly, right? And like the whole thing is that like her adding in these details about how, oh, he finished inside you without protection. He asked for your consent, and even by your own admission, it seemed that you either didn't really answer or you just said something that seemed like a yes. Like, I mean, obviously that she's not saying that. I feel like she's being pretty, she's being pretty ambiguous about this. And also, like, I mean, that's what I think happened, right? I mean, that is. And I think that a lot of these girls have no problem allowing a larger. It's a very unfortunate reality, and I want to talk about this in a bigger picture because, like, you guys might not know this, but I'm actually the biggest feminist streamer on the platform. People don't know this. Now you know. Let me explain why. The reason why is because I do understand and respect the way that women feel. I listen to it, I listen to what they say, and I treat them like adults. And sometimes that's not in their best interest. Because whenever you have a person like this that's acting this way, and then creating these illusions and these verbal traps that are going to consciously lead people to the conclusion that, well, actually the reason why is, well, I don't sleep with people that don't have, that aren't in a relationship. Okay, so then did he push himself on you? Did he do something like that? No. Okay, so then that's not what happened. And that's it. Super truth number. Yeah, exactly. I said the same thing last time. A huge feminist. That's exactly why they shouldn't be allowed to vote. Oh, bro. Based. And so it's a revenge play from her, a disingenuous attempt, though. Yeah, and I think it's going to get her a lot of hate. And I think, honestly, like, whenever you make accusations like this, I think that you should very strongly stand and, like, focus around things that are non-consensual. Things that are non-consensual, things that are abusive, things that are, like, I said not to do this or something else, right? Because it also seems like, I mean, he didn't just come on to her all at once, right? I mean, it seems like they were watching a movie together. There was a degree of foreplay, then they hooked up, and then they hooked up again the next day. And so after that, now he's somehow a sexual assaulter. I mean, I don't think so, right? And it's just very weird. And basically got completely embarrassed. Yeah, and that's really the way I feel about this. And you're wrong. I don't think she's a rape victim. I think she's a victim. For example, if a guy had sex with a transgender, not knowing the man's a victim because he would not made the decision with more information, well, you didn't listen to what I said. You weren't listening. Here, I'll repeat myself. She is a victim. He did take advantage of her. And he was bad to do that. It was wrong for him to do that. But I think that there is a huge difference. There is a fucking ocean of difference between lying about being in a relationship in order to hook up with somebody. And I think also, like, the nature of how sex is, like, for example, like having sex with somebody who doesn't say what gender they are, or having sex with somebody that has an STD and they won't tell you, or having sex with somebody who says they're going to wear a condom but they don't, that's a totally different thing because the ramifications for that are a lot larger versus somebody just saying they're not in a relationship. Like, that's a totally different thing. Now, I'm not saying that it's not bad, but it's like a mountain versus a molehill. And so, especially in terms of, like, implications. So my point is with this is that if you want to go and make accusations like this, you have to realize that an accusation like this can ruin a person's life. It can totally destroy a person's life, and for good reason. For absolutely good reason, because the reality is men are stronger than women, and if they want to, they can usually overpower and take advantage of a woman. This is just the reality. And so because of that, we have to become a society where we have to believe victims. We have to listen to what they're saying and understand it in good faith, and then take action under the assumption that it's true, but while at the same time, maintaining that, there is an assumption of innocence too, right? Trust but verify. And so we have to live in a world like that. There's no other way that we can live that's not total chaos. No. Trust but verify. Because you have to believe an accusation to a certain extent in order to pursue the accusation, right? Naturally. So you have to believe it to that extent, but it doesn't mean you think the person is guilty. Does that make sense? And so, like, really, and I think also, by the way, if this was your sister, your wife, your girlfriend, or your daughter that was in her situation, and or in a situation where there's ambiguity for it, you would want the police to take it seriously. You would, and I don't think that's a bad thing at all. But taking something like this seriously doesn't mean presuming the guilt of the person who did it. That's the difference. And I think that's probably I should have said it that way at the beginning, whenever we were talking about this. That's a better way for me to say it. But what my point is that if you go and you say something like this, and then you don't provide, she doesn't provide any receipts, she doesn't provide any detail, maybe it's in another clip, right? I don't know. But just the way that she framed this really rubs me the wrong way. It does. It really rubs me the wrong way, because she frames it around, I don't do this. And so the implication that a listener is going to have is that he did this against your consent, which is a horrible accusation to make and should be reserved for people that do truly touch people and initiate sex, like instantaneously, like, grabbing people or, like groping them or something like that. That's very clearly not what happened in this circumstance. And I think that's it. Now, is she a fucking victim exactly? Sure, I can explain it very easily. She's a victim of a person who manipulated her, who lied to her, and who took advantage of her impression of something that was not true. She was lied to. She did something under a false impression that the person that did it knew that she had this false impression. And again, keep in mind, Saikuno did this in bad faith. He did this in bad faith. He took advantage of her assumption that, X, Y, or Z was true. A bad faith action makes another person a victim. It's that simple. She's not a criminal victim. It seems that way, right? She's not, anything else, but she is a victim. Who cares? I care. I think it's not the right thing to do. Do you want to have that happen? Would you want to have somebody do that to your daughter? Like some fuckboy, like hook up with your daughter like that and then tell her that, I'm not, like try to no, you wouldn't want to have that happen. Is that what a gentleman would do? No. Is that what Himmel the hero would do? No. This is what an asshole would do. He's an asshole. You should think about that. Jonathan Joestar would never do that. Never. You gotta think about that. Goku would never do that. Don't think like that. Should never act that way. Aragorn would never do that. No, Aragorn would never do that. Joseph would? Ah, I said Jonathan, all right? So, yeah. And so, Luffy I had never seen One Piece, right? But my point is that there's levels to being an asshole. There are levels to being an asshole, but this is one of the levels. So, yeah, that's what my opinion on it is. I know, obviously, there's a little bit of nuance with what I'm saying, etc. But I just think that saying something like this is extremely inappropriate in the way that she did. And I think that, people that are victims of legitimate, non-consensual sexual assault suffer from things like this because it creates a culture of ignorance and intentional ignoring of these bad actors. So that's the way that I feel about it.
Free trip to Coachella. I got invited in 2018.
I'm sorry. Like I'm not trying to say that he does this, but whenever she said that, it just made me think of Dan Clancy. It did. It did, and I'm not saying he would do this. He's a completely, you know, like great guy, but it did make me think of Dan.
But I didn't end up going. Well, right now we're at war. Gas prices are going up. There are children getting unalived in different countries because of America. Americans are becoming homeless and unemployed faster than any generation in history. And that's why Coachella is a classism thing. That's why Coachella is only for the rich people or the people willing to sell their bodies. As everybody else in the world, we can't even afford groceries right now. Personally,
I thought you said you just sold your body.
I couldn't even afford my car insurance, so my car has just been sitting in my driveway, and I haven't been able to drive it anywhere because I can't legally drive my car on the road without car insurance. Poor Americans and middle-class Americans are struggling to afford food, struggling to afford bills,
is for
and
rich
the poor and the
whores.
middle class, hello.
That's
we
what
are the
she
ones
said. I didn't say
working
this.
so that the rich people can afford to go to Coachella.
That's right.
Did you just hear me? We are the ones working so the rich people can party on their yachts or party in the desert. And that is why I personally refuse to work a 9-to-5 job, because I will not put myself in a situation where I'm working.
Gracie the cat mom. Thank you for resisting capitalism. Thank you so much.
Working for a millionaire, a billionaire, just so him and his family can go to Coachella. One girl commented under my video the other day, and she was like, I don't like how when you promote your small business, you mention how it helps you pay your rent. Well, you know what? I don't like how you work for one man and you make that one man give you weekly paychecks, and you depend on that one man to sustain your life, pay your rent, while you go and do what he tells you to do. Go do that, and then I will give you money. I don't like—
Can you imagine how much can you imagine being this girl's boyfriend? Oh my god, that would be the most unpleasant thing ever.
that. Personally, I think 9-to-5
Jesus.
jobs are a complete humiliation
Bro,
ritual.
women,
I feel
am
like
I right?
it's a gesture
I
dancing
know.
in front of a king, like the Joker dancing in front of the king for some money.
Well, didn't you do that?
That's what it feels like. You're performing
Well, that's
for
what you did, though.
the king, for the rich people, and then
Yeah.
they will reward you with money, or they'll reward you with a Coachella trip. But yeah, when
Notice anything different? Played in RuneScape League starts to get anti-reset. Right? Reset. I don't actually. I'm gonna write the first letter I saw.
When are people going to wake up and realize that Coachella is a classism thing? Coachella is mainly for the rich white folks, let's be so real. Or we can—
Black people, what? Black people can't make money? I've seen like a dozen black people in like the images of Coachella. There are black people there. I know you might not believe this, but there are black people that have good jobs. It exists.
all be very quiet. We can all pretend like everything's okay.
There's no
we can all
black
pretend
people
like
at
the world
Coachella.
is so perfect.
They're gonna rename it next year Agartha.
We can all sit on our phones and watch the rich TikTok influencers go to Coachella while we pretend like there's no real problems in the world.
Oh
but
my
yeah, this is why
God.
I try to avoid human contact, because I don't think humans think on this
You
deep
know
of a
what?
level.
You know what? I think that I think you're totally right, and I think that you are doing the world a favor. Thank you so much for your sacrifice. I don't think that the world can repay you enough. Thank God. Thank God that she's able to do that. What even is Coachella? Coachella is a music festival. It's a music festival. Oh, here's another one, right? Influencers are so out of touch. I have so much ick watching them complain about getting more free shit and then doing exactly that.
There's something that happens at Coachella called the Revolve Gifting Suite.
Everybody always comes every year and gets the most insane shit. Last year they had Dysons.
It's basically like a free-for-all for influencers to get free shit.
Like, we need more free fucking
I
shit.
feel like it'll be like Black Friday, but for influencers.
What, beating people up? I'll throw a punch.
From what I've seen, there's a line to get in. Okay, yeah, all right. You ready?
Oh, God.
Oh my god, don't.
He just goes, I have a question.
Man.
What's Revolve? Come on. Here we go. Trash. Look at these massive totes they give you.
Wow.
Got free sunnies. Oh, those are nice. Oh, hello, baby tank.
That's
Let's take
amazing.
you. Got
Look
this
at
whole
that.
outside area full of clothes. This is actually fucking insane.
Jesus.
Those are cute. Got some Madewell. What's that?
Carabiner.
I want that.
Amazing.
A little men's section.
Uh-huh.
It's no for me.
Now let's go inside. Oh my god. We have hair dryers.
This is like the best sunscreen ever.
I want this tanning water. Kosas. Oh, I need a
You
setting
know what this reminds me of? This is so fucking stupid. This is like, you know, like after you go to Chuck E. Cheese and you're able to redeem all your tickets and you can get like a bar of soap that's in the same shape as Yoshi, or you're able to get like a Chinese finger trap, or like, let's say you do really well on the bowling and you're able to get like a pair of sneakers or something like that. This is basically like the fucking Chuck E. Cheese like reward store for grown-ass fucking adults that spent $10,000 to go to Coachella. That is. It's materialistic junk. Yeah, it is. Totally is.
This is crazy. Yes, need that. I'm a little overwhelmed, I'm not gonna lie. There's a tumbler, there's pickles. They have pickles. Oh my god. They
Hot
have
girl pickles.
Fill your bag up.
Let me get some more of those. Get some lip balm, why not? I think I need one of these. We have to buy a new suitcase, I think. We have to buy 2 new suitcases.
Wow.
Some diesel sunglasses. Do you like these?
I don't even know.
Yeah, 100%. Are you overwhelmed?
I'm overwhelmed. These people's massive bags are like hitting me.
Should I get 2 things of pickles?
You don't need 2 things of pickles.
Can you get one though? No. But look at all these pickles. So much stuff. Do I want a cowboy hat?
Oh my
Yes.
god.
You thought we were done?
I know.
There's a whole nother area out here. Should I get
And
these?
so I want y'all to keep in mind, this is the way the influencers are experiencing Coachella and other content creators and rich people. According to that other girl, rich white people, okay?
Should I get that? They have Levi's. I want living. They have Caraway. Hello?
That is insane.
We don't need new pants. We just got new pants. I'm dying.
I do have to say that I am looking to see how diverse the crowds are. And this is once again another crowd that is less diverse than an ICE battalion. Or not battalion, an ICE squad. You know, like you can find a car full of like, 4 ICE agents in Minnesota, and it's going to be more diverse than this. If they were all women, well, that doesn't really. Women doesn't count as diversity.
Thirsty work. Try being
Yeah.
an influencer for a
Try
day.
being an influencer for a day. This is so stupid. I got a cookie.
Jesus Christ.
I'm having so much fun.
I'm done now. I wish there was more.
You wish there was more? Come on. Nice. A sweet treat.
It's so easy for me to see somebody that they're trying to pay their student loans. They're working at like Applebee's and they see this shit and they just want to kill somebody. They do. And like, I get it, right? I get it. The Hunger Games? Yes.
I'd say that was a success. Your bag's empty. I'm done.
So that's the way that influencers live, okay? So let me go and show you what it's like for somebody else.
Just in case anyone was wondering what it's like when you have to use the bathroom while you're car camping and it's 2 in the morning, it's windy as fuck.
So it's basically the difference between Agartha and Escape from Tarkov.
I'm literally like bracing myself up against this wind. It's freezing. I'm in full sweats. My nose is dripping. You have to sleep
Arc
with a
Raiders.
bandana on or else you'll just like breathe in all of the dust. Let me show you the dust.
Yeah?
That's not smoke. That's dust. And we sleep in that. Okay, also after that
Dude, this trailer for Dune goes crazy.
journey that it took to get to the luxurious bathrooms that Coachella provides for the campers, let me show you what I'm working with.
Damn.
I don't know people
That's right.
live like this.
That's
I'm
right.
Going missing.
Yep.
Just
Oh my god. So this, guys, It's really insane. And and this is how bad the pricing is.
I'm at Coachella, and I would like to inform you guys, I just paid $41 for 2 pieces of pizza and a Coca-Cola. But we're gonna try it and see how it is, because every time I eat at Coachella, it's so expensive. But I went through a lot of sets. I went through Casa, I went through Sabina. I'm hungry, and I'm about to go see Blood Orange with Coachella Boo. I don't know. All right.
Jesus, bro, $41? Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. And, we've got another one, okay? This is top-tier journalism. Here we go.
Once again, no lines for food because everyone's on Ozempic.
And guys, we're at Revolve Fest.
The food here is free.
Lines everywhere else, but no lines for food. We're gonna eat. Meanwhile, this is the line.
We're gonna what?
Eat. Meanwhile, this food. We're gonna eat. Meanwhile.
I believe you. Yep.
This is the line to make sunglasses.
Like,
say
you
no more.
can't make this up. All the food lines are empty.
Look who is the only guy in the line. The absolute unit. The big boy. The main tank. The demolisher. It's not DJ Khaled. I thought DJ Khaled lost a little bit of weight. Rick Ross, yeah, a little bit more like that, right?
Lines are empty.
Yeah, we took all the food.
Yep. Yeah, I bet you did.
People are missing out. This is fire.
People are missing out. This is fire. He says while they're inside of their gated community of Coachella, where it's basically like it's like a reservation for influencers, so they don't have to deal with the disgusting, what's the word for it? Disease-ridden peasants. I like the word peasants. Of the rest of the event, right? You could say, you know what? That's a good point. Cattle. I like cattle. Cattle is much better. Yeah, exactly. Plebs is good. Yeah, normies, right? The normal people, the unclean ones, right? Exactly. Like, I mean, this would go. Can you imagine, like, right before the French Revolution? This would go so hard. Oh, man. God, no, peons? Oh, yeah, I like that. Well, they're the ones that are working it, okay? It's the Commonwealth, the Goyim. Again, I really, I've got to say, oh, here we go. Now people are getting scammed out of their expensive tickets. Oh, here we go.
Just scammed out of $3K. I don't understand because we bought the tickets through the Coachella resale site.
Yeah.
And somehow they were still reported stolen. Like, we paid through Coachella, and somehow Coachella's system still allows the original reseller to then report stolen and pull it out.
Yeah.
But the whole point of going through Coachella's website is to make sure that it's vetted and make sure.
So you basically, and I can guarantee you that, like, the people running Coachella, like these sites, are just scammers. They're just scammers. Like, they are the same guys that are running the drop shipping sites from, like, you know, reselling, like, you know, a Chinese Eiffel Tower to, like, you know, $38 to a traveler or something like that inside of Paris. Like, they are worldwide scammers.
That this doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So I'm really confused. So anyway, stuck outside of Coachella.
You're stuck outside.
First world problem. Literally, this is happening
Sure
to everybody.
is.
This isn't just me. There's like at least 20 people that we've talked to.
And look at the spikes. Look at that. I'm pretty sure I've seen prisons that are less oppressive than that. I mean, Donald Trump needs to take Coachella. Like, he needs to say, listen, you know, I've been talking about this wall here, all right? Everybody's been asking about the wall. Well, I think I know just the people that we need to talk to.
From standing here alone who have had the same exact issues, so I don't know. This year's so. If anyone knows any other way to get in, also, like, I don't know how to get our money back because they're saying, well, it's reported stolen. And it was through a vetted system.
Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, I don't know. Just reporting live out here.
Oh my God. And also, by the way, you can easily get over that. You can easily get over that. It would be so simple. Like, anybody who is even like a 4 out of 10 athletic could immediately get over that. Be nothing. Be no big deal at all. And so anyway, yeah, I mean, but if you're a fatty, I mean, well, I mean, obviously you couldn't do it. But like besides that, oh, here we go. Spent $3,000 on a motel. Okay, here's another one.
Coachella housing has been a fucking nightmare, and that is an understatement. My company is running Coachella campaign, which means we booked houses for multiple people. That's why I'm here right now. Day one outfit, yeah, whatever. But one group of influencers, it's 5 girls, 3 of them get to the house. And then they found out from the landscapers and the owners that they never actually rent out the house. It turns out some random motherfucker just took a listing near Indio, put it on Airbnb's site, got it approved, and got the money for it. So we are fucking scrambling. Literally everything is booked. That Motel 6...
Just, bro, some random guy. Can you imagine some random guy in India that, like, just locked into Motherlode? You just finessed 5 OnlyFans girls out of $20,000, and then they're gonna use part of that money to pay you to do their DMs for them. You're that guy.
Are $2,000, and the closest option we can get is a 4-night stay at a house across from festival grounds. That is $20,000 for those 4 nights. But I try to book it, and they deny me. Airbnb says, we think you're going to throw a party. I got a customer support. They say there's nothing we can do. Next, we booked the only hotel that's open, which is $13,000 for 4 nights. But we're
$13,000 for 4 nights at a hotel. I'm pretty sure the hotels in Las Vegas are less than that. Well, I mean, if you gamble a lot of money, I hear they're free. But besides that,
out of options. So I book it, card goes through, but guess what?
$13,000.
They just sold out last minute as well. Then we end up booking a Motel 6 for $3,000.
And the thing is that, here's the funny thing, is that you tried to do the same thing that they tried to do, but slightly more ethically. So what he tried to do is he tried to do the booking for these people and then do an upcharge so he could make more money off of it. And then somebody else said, well, why don't I do the booking for them, except for there's no books and there's no house, and you just give me your money, then I'm gone and you never hear from me again, and I have your money and you get nothing. That's it.
$1,000 for 3 nights.
Scam to scammer,
Motel
exactly.
6. Nothing wrong with Motel 6, by
There's
the way. I'm
always
a budget
bigger
options.
scammer.
However, $3,000 is fucking ridiculous. I mean, that's like paying the money for a filet mignon, and instead we got raccoon meat. Everyone that had their Airbnbs canceled, I am so sorry. Unfortunate circumstances all around. A lot of people are going through it right now. To Airbnb, get your shit together. You were leaving people stranded and without a home in the middle of the desert when they thought they're going to have a fun weekend with their friends, and now it turns into a nightmare.
Man, that's insane. And yeah, I bet it's still really nice. I mean, my dad told me that if you want to cook raccoon meat, you have to boil it 3 times to get all the toxins out of it. And that's what his mom would do, because he used to kill and hunt raccoons so they could eat them. And he said you had to boil it 3 times. 3 times. And so if you ever want to kill and eat a raccoon, boil the meat 3 times, gentlemen. And that's how it is. Let me go back. There's a couple more of these I want to watch, okay? Coachella influencer trip. Now, I wonder where she makes content. Nobody knows. Probably Christian Mingle.
I am on the influencer trip from hell right now.
Yeah?
So our Airbnb was completely fake. It was a total scam, and the brand didn't check into that before. So we got here, and all the houses are like $50,000, $60,000 now.
Yeah?
So the brand is like, either we're gonna up your deliverables and you guys have to do 500 pieces of content, or you can stay in an RV. Which we were 5 girls. I don't think we're gonna fit in an RV. So
what do you say? Those 2 are farther, however, also cheaper. It's not fair that we drove all the way out here playing for this whole weekend at a place ripped away from us last minute, unless we do all these deliverables that we're not down for. Adding 12 UGC videos each person without getting fired is 250. Dude, like at a certain, like this is the kind of conversation that makes you realize it's like that guy. Where's the fucking image of this? This is the kind of shit, bro. When I see this, I think to myself, bro, this is there's no way this can last. Really? There's no way. UGC must stand for under God's consent. Yeah, under God's consent. That's part of her, that's her agency, for sure. Coachella artist list fucking sucks anyway. I don't know.
So obviously there's like a lot of pushback right now. Anyway, the brand ends up giving us a $20,000 stipend to do this, and we can't even find a house for that.
Yeah.
We are wire transferring so many people. We're wire transferring a bunch of houses. It's 12:30. We're in a parking lot and in and out. We have nowhere to go. We can't go to these parties. We haven't changed. We don't have makeup on. And we all have our cars with all of our stuff in it. We end up getting one last hotel room, which is a Motel 6. Say hi, Liv.
What's wrong with that? Like, the thing is that whenever we went to BlizzCon, so it was me, Zach, and Tyson. We went to BlizzCon. This was 2018. And the only reason I went to BlizzCon at the time was to meet this girl, which actually worked out pretty well until, of course, I ruined it like I do with all other relationships. But until then, it was good. And so what happened is that we booked a motel that was like, you know, kind of close. And we all basically slept in the same room. And it is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. I don't see the problem with that.
Stay tuned for part 2. I am off.
Jesus, man. Influencer trip from hell. They're having a bad time. And I don't know if there's any more of these. Oh, God.
Why you shouldn't. As someone who went as a normal person and not as an influencer, it was one of the worst concert experiences I've ever had. If you're not going as an influencer, you don't have your entire trip paid for, and Coachella costs like thousands of dollars. The accommodation, the Ubers, the actual festival itself are all so freaking expensive, like super insanely expensive, like thousands of dollars.
Yes.
And the accommodations you find will be overpriced, and they're not even that good. Getting inside the festival is a nightmare. Firstly, there's no place for you to be dropped off at. Festival's like really disorganized. So I remember we asked like 20 different people, where do we go? And they were like, oh, we don't know. And they actually worked for...
This is the advent. I think that what's happened is that there is such a massive FOMO culture now that everybody feels like they have to go to all of these events, whether it's like Coachella, Burning Man, or some other bullshit thing that's happening. They all feel like they have to constantly be at all of these events and all of these festivals and be part of this, or they're missing out on being young, or they're missing out on living life the way that they deserve. Who told them they deserve to live life that way? The people selling them the tickets.
The event. So you'll end up sitting in traffic for most of the time before you can find a spot and get dropped off. You think that's the end of it, right? But no, you have another what feels like an hour-long walk to actually get into the festival. Walk you have to do is on this super dusty, bumpy, like unpaved road, which was really hard for my friend because they were in a wheelchair. So I was trying to pull them, and then I felt bad because they kept getting knocked over and falling out of their wheelchair. So it was not...
They kept getting... So let me get this straight. So these girls that are probably dressed up like this, wearing high heels, are trying to go on like a dirt road that's from like Laredo, Texas, or like Guadalajara, Mexico, and they're pushing their friend in a wheelchair, and the friend keeps falling out of the wheelchair, and they keep having to pick the friend up while there's dust all over them. This is it. Oh my God.
Like wheelchair accessible, friendly. Blazing sun is so hot, but there's no places to sit. There's no shade, so you end up just sitting on the ground, and it can get really, really dirty, and people just kind of throw their garbage around.
No
you have
way.
2 people playing at once, and you'll be like, okay, I can go from one person to the next, but it feels like each stage is like 30 minutes with
Well,
each other.
yeah, because you have to walk through everybody. I mean, this is the same way at like ACL or South by Southwest. These are 2 events that happen in Austin. And dude, I remember like driving from like, you know, like let's say from like downtown to like where we were trying to go was like 20 minutes. And if it was during those times, it was like an hour and a half. It's crazy, crazy long. Massive waste of money. Okay, one more, then I want to look at some other stuff, okay?
The differences between the rich side of Coachella and the poor side of Coachella is something. Because there are things I thought I would never see. Okay, so when it comes to the rich side of Coachella, the first person who pops up is Sophie Rain. As you guys know, she spent almost $200K for this Coachella trip. So you know she's balling. But all of a sudden, Kylie Jenner decided to stun herself and show where she's staying at. As you can see, the mansion where she's staying at is incredible. Just look at this. It has its own basketball court.
I mean, you really have to understand why they say eat the rich. Like, the thing is that, like, I'm not a big class warfare, like, I'm not a revolutionary kind of guy or anything like that. But, like, after you watch these videos, you have to kind of get it, right? You have to be like, yeah, I see where you're, yeah. No, I can see why you think that. Yeah.
Words, it even has its own theater. Crazy. Now, staying on the rich side of Coachella, we have influencers showing their houses. This is where Sierra Ortega from Love Island is staying at. Like, it's not Kylie Jenner's place, but, like, it's not bad either. And I want you guys to keep in mind, this is the rich side of Coachella. Do you want to know what the poor side of Coachella is doing? The poor side of Coachella is doing something called performative camping, and it's all because of this guy. He actually started this trend last year. He went viral last year for flexing out his Coachella camp. Like, he actually has a whole setup right here. He has a couch. He has a rug. Like, why go through all this if you're going to be in, like, 90-degree weather? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
And from there, people started copying this guy. Regular people are actually blowing money away on a Coachella trip just to sweat in a tent. Here's another Coachella camp video I saw.
Coachella 2020. Oh, my God.
As you can see, it's all pink. And I have to ask,
Jesus.
Again, why go through all the trouble setting a camp like this if you're just going to be sweating? I personally think influencers are the worst thing to ever happen to people because not every...
I personally, dude.
This if you're just going to be sweating. I personally think influencers are the worst thing to ever happen to people because not everyone wants...
Has there ever been a man more based?
To be an influencer. It's all about the gram. It's all about flexing. Trust me, guys. It's all fake. This is what the lines in the bathroom look like. They're not happy.
Dude, this is... Look at this and look at that, bro. Like, this is actually the difference between, like... Oh, jeez, bro. Like, I can't even make an analogy because it would be racist. But just think about all the racist analogies. It's kind of like all of those.
The bathroom look like they're not having fun. I mean, seriously, guys, would you really spend thousands and thousands of dollars just to fly to California for a music festival in which the majority of the time you're going to be standing in line for a shower? That doesn't seem like fun to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below.
Jesus, bro. Like,
the differences...
It's so fucking bad, man. It really is. And I don't know how any of this, any of this happened or anything. It's just so fucking embarrassing for me to see this go on. And again, and then you have on the opposite side. Okay? We've seen the bad. Now let's look at the good. We have right here famed Chicago tape guy who recorded over 10,000 live concerts is uploading them online for free. There he is. The funniest thing to me is in high school and college and after college, I saw him about a few months ago. I had a friend like this. He now works at a really big social media company, and he would have done this. He would have. I see that, bro. Like, I'm telling you, like in my computer class, there was like 5 of these guys, man, and like society and civilization is on their back. Okay, it is on their back. If these guys turn their back on civilization, everything falls apart. Okay, and where he uploads, I don't know, man. And information yearns to be free.
Nikki Glazer, who I would say is one of the best female roasting comedians I've ever watched. She's absolutely hilarious, but she's catching a lot of flack right now for what she said on the Call Her Daddy podcast, which is the feminist misandry network. They just want to talk about man-hating and being 304s. That's essentially what this podcast is about. But I want you to pay attention to the similarities between what Nikki Glazer is saying and what Justin Waller's wife said from the Manosphere podcast. Because when his wife was talking about this stuff, oh, she's an oppressed housewife who doesn't have a choice. But with Nikki Glazer, she's a celebrated feminist who knows her worth. Let's get off into this, dude.
I know how lame it comes across. I sometimes don't like to tell guys about this thing that I have where I'm like, you know, this is separate than the soulmate thing. Like, I don't care if a guy has a sexual connection with a girl and like he was to use protection and just have sex with her for a night. Like, I literally wouldn't care if my husband did that. I don't know why. I don't know why. If he were to like watch The Wire with her or like.
Here's the reason why, dude. Here's the reason why. Movies about cheating in relationships for women. All over. The female fantasy chat is a woman cheating on her man to get with another guy. That's what the frickin' Mistress Hunter, the Painted Veil, too can play that game. Addicted, the other man. You know, a royal of.
Don't tell me what to do, man. Like with me, boy. I don't play about no money. All I do is sweep y'all the feet out from you.
Call the police. Call the fucking police. Call the police. Call the police.
You ever notice how there's always some people that just like walk into a store or a restaurant and they act like they're the king or queen of the entire universe? They snap their fingers, they yell at employees, they demand refunds over $3 like they're negotiating a hostage situation. And somewhere behind the counter is a worker who is just trying to make it through their shift, biting their tongue, counting to 10 in their head, wondering if today is going to be the day that they lose their job and their patience at the same time. Today, some of them did. Because the clips that we're about to watch is a beautiful collection of rude customers pushing their luck one step too far until karma clocks in, puts on a uniform, and handles the situation personally.
That was more than a couple of years ago. Let's see, probably 2000. Well, did you do the research? I asked you.
I ain't done everything I was doing right away. My $400. You want it? You want it? You gotta give. How about I'll give it to you. Really? Go ahead and call food. Go ahead and dial it. Go ahead. Go ahead. That? This is a minor debt. Call the cops. Go. No, we're going to. Don't worry about it. No, I'm not going out of my shop. I wish you would. It really doesn't matter who you are. Okay? You don't scare me. You're gonna give me. You don't scare me. I'm not giving you shit on the computer. Shut that door, will you? No. You guys. Did you call? Give me the computer. I've assaulted you. Yes, excuse me. I grabbed my property. No, get out of here. I'm about to. Go ahead. I wish you make matters worse. Because if you do that.
Fault starts with Divine, the no-pay customer. He argued over paying, refused to leave, and learned pepper spray is a very strict payment policy. Karma processed instantly.
Okay, though, here's the thing. Yes, he pepper sprayed him, but could he get in trouble for pepper spraying a customer like that? It's not like the customer was like coming at him. Yes, he warned the customer, okay, you need to leave, you need to get out. Did he discharge would it be discharging a weapon? I mean, yeah, he pepper sprayed him or maced him. He discharged a weapon, but was the threat really there? I don't know.
Bring that one up so we can pay for that one. Then you can. Oh,
Dine and dash, bad idea. Waffle House staff suddenly turn into WWE stars. Karma served hot with a side of hash browns.
Why you gotta pick a fight with Waffle House employees? What? That's such a mistake. I did an entire video about shit going down at the Waffle House. I'll link it up here if you missed it. You don't mess with Waffle House employees. They'll lay your ass out.
Drive-through delay sparks macho energy. Loud words fly, partner ducks back, and the employee stands firm like a menu board in a storm.
Angry young women. I guess they must have just got done watching my stream. The new feminism reshaping Britain. So it was a Wednesday night. Oh, here we go. There's a lot more of this. Dating men with different political views. They all immediately said, no, I don't think I'd even be friends with one. They don't even see you as human. And this is it. Made her a pick me. Oh, yeah. And see you as human. And this is it. Made her a pick me. Oh, yeah. And I think that women have been totally one-shot by social media. And I think the reason why is that social media hacks women's brains, I think, in a unique way, in a different way that it hacks men's brains, right? Like with men, it's sex, but like with women, I think it's consensus. Because once you establish a consensus on something, a lot of women just automatically go and they agree with it. They're like, yeah, so true, so true. But that's not how something like that works. So, yeah, calling strike? I guess so. And so anyway, we'll look at this here. And I'll look at the Justin Bieber thing, but that's a good example. Strikingly, young women are a lot more negative about the opposite gender than young men. Look at this here. Under 30 women are 3x as likely to hold a negative view of young men than the other way around. So men don't really like, I mean, and this is, by the way, guys, all of the talk of like, oh, there's so many incels. I hate incels. Oh my God. They're everywhere now. Oh God. Where have all the good men gone? Well, where have all the good women gone? They all fucking hate us. They hate us. And meanwhile, the amount of actual incels. So women, we have guys, we have to deal with the incels. You understand that? We are the people that are suffering from incels. It's just that the incels are women. That's it. And take a look at the graph. The graph says this. I'm not saying this. The graph is saying this. They created them. Yes, the femcells heard us. They have. And there it is. Men under 30 have a 72% positive outlook on women. Women under 30 have a only a 50% positive outlook on men. Women under 25, only 35%. Think about how crazy, dude. The thing is that, like, if there actually are, like, overlords, if Israel really does control the world, can you imagine how happy they are right now? Can you imagine they're like, oh, bro, we have all the goyim fighting. They hate each other. Like, everybody's addicted to drugs. You know, they think that if they look better, they're going to be happy. But now we're going to raise their interest rates again, and they're not going to have any money. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a bullshit stat. I don't think it is. I don't. I think this is real. And so maybe I turn to Judaism to get a woman. Well, I don't know. But women under 25, only 35% of women under 25 have a positive view of the opposite gender. Think about how crazy that is. Like, that's like 1 in 3 women likes men. Think, really, 1 in 3 women likes men. Wow. Wow. Is yellow neutral? Yes, yellow is neutral. And so 27% of women under 25 hate men. Almost more women hate men than like men. That is insane. This is crazy. Like, I don't, like, how do you even get here? it's just, it's insane to even imagine something like this true. Young women are 26 points less favorable to capitalism than young men and feel much more positively towards communism than capitalism. Women under 25 dislike capitalism so much they view it as unfavorably as fascism. The UK should place slavery reparations by a 2-to-1 margin. They think 43 to 40%. It is unfair that some people have more than others, and we should redistribute wealth over people deserve to keep what's theirs, even if that means others have less. More negative than young men about their careers, earning potential, and property. Now, I could give you my analysis of this. But number one, you already know what it is. And number two, I would get banned. So, I will just simply discuss the topic. I'll simply discuss the topic. That's all. No more vacations. Yes, no more vacations. And anyway, this is just... Somebody says, hoes eternally mad. It seems that way. The young, middle-class, educated white women feel the most strongly about these issues. You know what's crazy? Is that we thought you needed a study to figure this out. You needed, wait a minute. So you had to do like research? Like you could have just asked me, I would have told you this. I didn't need, like you didn't need to do all this. Like what's all this money getting wasted over nothing? So young women are communists. So I think that the reasons why young women feel this way. So let me explain all of the reasons. Actually, let me go through everything and then I'll explain it, okay? Female graduates heard much more positive views about communism, feminism, and socialism and Extinction Rebellion rather than non-graduates. Grads are more likely to back, oh, slavery. I thought slavery reparations. Like I was about to say, like, damn, okay, all right. But say we need more government intervention to ensure life is fair. And white women are more critical about the country and their chances in it than those from an ethnic minority background. White women are more likely, so wait a minute, white women are more likely to say the country's racist than people that are not white. Young white women are less likely to feel like they feel valued by society. There is a COVID generation. U25s are more likely to think COVID has a significant impact on their lives and opportunities. Under 25 women think that it's much more likely to believe that things are stacked against me no matter how hard I try. Oh my God. 6 in 10 would find it difficult to date someone who disagrees.
Hello, wonderful person. This is Anton, and today we're going to be taking a look at some fascinating discoveries in regards to the history of the Sun, and specifically in regards to its formation and the formation of its twins. Or basically the formation of different stars that formed from the same cloud and at the same time as the Sun, and then scattered through the Milky Way galaxy 4.5 billion years ago. And mostly based on some of the more recent discoveries that use some of the most recent data from the Gaia Space Telescope, and actually found so many more of solar twins that we never knew existed. But first, let's start with some of the basics and some of the previous assumptions, and essentially discuss what we've known so far about how the Sun formed and why it potentially formed as well. And so here, for a very long time, we've actually had a kind of a general idea of why and how Sun was born approximately 4.5 billion years ago. But this new data suggests that the Sun didn't just grow up in a quiet corner of the galaxy, or basically where we're currently located, but instead was a part of a very massive coordinated migration from the center of the Milky Way that involved a lot of different stars moving to a much safer neighborhood over time. And naturally, a lot of this started 4.6 billion years ago. And here our solar system began as a giant cold cloud of gas and dust that we generally refer to as a molecular cloud, and many of which we find around us even today. So basically these are clouds where a lot of the material eventually coalesces into new stars. And here most of the stuff was hydrogen and helium, but it also obviously contained additional elements from much older dead stars. And a lot of this has been discovered over the years by studying various ancient meteorites. And specifically by looking at traces of isotopes like iron-60, we know that all of this suggests some kind of a nearby supernova that exploded around this time, because otherwise these isotopes are extremely difficult to explain. And so here, because of this supernova, the resulting shockwaves compressed the cloud so much that it caused a massive collapse that then started to produce additional knots that would eventually form into various star-like objects. And we've actually talked about these types of objects discovered in the Orion Nebula in some of the videos in the description. And so, based on the observations from the Orion, we generally understand how this early formation seems to work. But this collapse also causes the objects to start spinning, and as it spins, it then flattens into a disk. But most of the mass ends up in the center, and very slowly collapses into what's known as a protostar. This is actually what you're seeing in some of these images. These are often referred to as the propylids. And after approximately 50 million years, the pressure and the temperature in this protostar becomes high enough that it eventually starts the hydrogen fusion. This is basically when the star is officially born, and so this nuclear fusion begins the history of our Sun. But that's of course something we know based on the observation of other star systems. And so how exactly can we learn about the history of the Sun, especially since it is a slightly different star? Well, this is where these solar twins come in. And basically we're talking about stars whose physical properties are nearly identical to the Sun, and whose mass, surface temperature, age, and especially metallicity is extremely similar overall. And actually one of the best examples of this is a star we discussed previously referred to as HIP 56948. This is the most Sun-like star out there. And normally these stars are pretty important for trying to figure out Sun's future, or for trying to figure out how Sun-like stars seem to behave over time, but also for trying to find some kind of an Earth-like planet somewhere out there. So far, such a planet has not been found. And so here, by observing these slightly older or slightly younger twins, astronomers can start predicting exactly how the Sun will evolve, or what it was like billions of years ago. So essentially this is a type of a galactic archaeology. But at the same time, these stars also act as a kind of a relic or a kind of a tracer for the galactic evolution itself. And especially because many of them have actually been born at the same time and in the same region. And so here, by studying where these twins are now and how they move across the galaxy, we can essentially piece together an almost definitive history of the entire galactic disk. Which brings us to this new study from Japan that was just released a few weeks ago. Here, researchers including Daisuke Taniguchi and Takuji Tsujimoto once again used the data from the famous Gaia Space Telescope in order to create a massive catalog of stars and basically analyze their motion across the night skies. And the main achievement in the study was the discovery of 6,594 solar twins, whose exact motion is now known to us, and whose trajectory can help us figure out where all of this began. And actually, just for a comparison, that's about 30 times more solar twins than any previous survey has ever found. And so, since this is actually a pretty large number of stars to work with, researchers could now start making conclusions about what potentially happened in the Milky Way galaxy 5 billion years ago, and why so many stars were formed with this specific property. And so here, by analyzing thousands of these twins, they actually did notice something strange. There was a very clear bump or group of stars between 4 and 6 billion years ago that seems to have formed in the same region with very similar properties. This was basically the same age group as the Sun, and they all seem to have come from the same general neighborhood. But the mystery here is that, based on the Sun's composition, it should not have come from here. And that's because the Sun is actually rich in heavy elements like iron and magnesium, and a lot of other elements that are much more common in the crowded inner regions of the Milky Way, where many generations of stars have lived and exploded, enriching this region with a lot of different heavy elements and a lot of complex gas. In this case, suggesting that the Sun was potentially born 10,000 light-years closer to the center compared to where it's located today, which means that the Sun must have been born inside the inner disk of the Milky Way and then somehow migrated to the outskirts to its current position over 25,000 light-years away from the center. But a lot of models today suggest that there is a kind of a co-rotational barrier, mostly created by the galactic bar, that actually should prevent such migration from happening. And so it was always kind of difficult to explain, so how exactly did the Sun that should have been born much closer to the center manage to migrate so far away? And once again, because the Milky Way's galactic bar usually acts as a gravitational barrier, preventing stars from drifting too far inward or too far outward. But this new study discovers something else really interesting. Here, the study also identifies thousands of additional Sun-like stars that seem to be also on the outskirts. And so the discovery of so many solar twins of a very similar age and very similar composition far away from the center provides compelling evidence that the Sun and a lot of other stars somehow migrated long distances to reach the current outskirts of the galaxy 10,000 light-years away from where they were originally formed. And turns out that by discovering this, scientists now have a pretty good idea of what most likely happened. And the solution here involves a major intense galactic upheaval that very likely involved a galactic merger. But more importantly, it very likely involved the formation of the galactic bar itself. And so here this research suggests that the galactic bar potentially formed around this time 4 to 7 billion years ago. And it was the formation of the bar that would have temporarily enhanced the efficiency of radial migration, allowing stars like our Sun, and of course a lot of its twins, to move outwards as a kind of a large co-migrating group. But more importantly, it was also the formation of this bar that created a major gravitational shakeup in the region and acted as a catalyst for the formation of a lot of stars, including potentially the Sun. So basically here the formation of the bar both created the stars and then flung them to the outskirts, where many still remain today, with the study additionally suggesting that internal structures like the galactic bar that potentially formed because of some kind of a major event seem to have played a major role behind star formation in the Milky Way, and seem to explain why so many stars formed approximately 5 to 6 billion years ago. But one question remains: why did the galactic bar form? And one of the best explanations we have, at least based on some of the recent studies, is of course an ancient merger. And possibly with this galaxy, whose remains still orbit the Milky Way. This is the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. And so here, based on many different studies over the years, researchers discovered that this collision seems to have coincided with the formation of the bar and a major star formation in the region, very likely due to internal instabilities inside the disk, with a lot of accumulated gas becoming unstable and forming a lot of stars at the same time. And so many different events between 4 and 6 billion years ago were possibly all triggered by this somewhat influential collision with the Sagittarius dwarf, which then possibly influenced the formation of the galactic bar, with both of these events very likely being responsible for the eventual formation of the Sun. And so here, based on this research, we now have solid evidence that the Sun is not just some kind of an isolated wanderer, but does seem to be a part of a significant population of stars that formed in a very similar time frame and were eventually pushed outwards during a very intense period in the galaxy. Although here, this discovery also tells us just a little bit more about something else: the existence of life. Or basically, it might also explain why I'm even here to talk about this. And well, here we have to first understand that these inner regions of the galaxy, where the Sun was formed initially, are actually technically pretty dangerous. Here we have a lot of stars packed together and a lot of supernova happening much more frequently which generally create a lot more radiation and a lot more emissions that can actually strip atmospheres from many different planets. But by migrating outwards almost right after the formation, the Sun was lucky enough to move from this very dangerous and very populated region into a much more quiet and stable outer neighborhood in the outer disk. And here the stable environment gave life on Earth billions of years to form, preventing any supernova from sterilizing it, which would have been pretty likely much closer to the center. And so in a way, Sun got super lucky because of the consequences of Milky Way's own structural evolution. And so as the Milky Way evolved, it basically flung a lot of these stars to the outer region, and turns out that at least 6,500 of them seem to be pretty similar to the Sun. Which means that a lot of them are probably going to be used in a lot of future studies to try to maybe find some planets around them that could resemble planet Earth. And so basically the conclusion here is that it was really this migration that was very likely the key factor in helping the Sun reach very stable conditions, and of course in helping Earth eventually form life. And this just goes to show us that even our somewhat average middle-aged star seems to have a much more dramatic origin story involving some very explosive past. But that's of course just a story for now, and we might learn more in some of the future studies as researchers analyze the galaxy even more and as they discover additional stars that might have formed even closer to us and maybe even from the same cloud. But until then, that's pretty much all we have. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and in this video we're going to be discussing yet another significant milestone in astrophysics. And that's because for many decades researchers have been trying to find some kind of evidence for the existence of some of the first stars in the universe, or basically the very first generation of stars that had to have formed millions of years following the Big Bang. Stars that essentially shaped the universe as we know it. But for the most part, their existence and basically everything about these stars was more or less theoretical. In other words, everything about these stars was mostly based on various mathematical and physical models and not actual observations from various telescopes. But that's maybe until now, because based on a series of studies that just came out, and specifically studies focusing on this now famous galaxy referred to as GN-Z11, has now provided scientists with some of the most compelling evidence that this galaxy seems to contain these stars, and there's quite a lot of them in here. And so in this video we're going to discuss exactly what scientists think they discovered, why this is important, and obviously what we know so far. But first, before we start, let's discuss exactly how scientists classify stars, because in this case the naming convention is a little bit confusing. And well, here, these first stars are normally referred to as population 3 stars, which is already kind of backwards. In other words, astronomers use a slightly confusing system of populations in order to describe the generations of stars. Now, stars like our Sun and a lot of other nearby stars that are relatively young are known as the population 1 stars. And normally these stars are the youngest because they contain a variety of different heavier elements inside the star itself. And in this case, in astronomy, anything that's not hydrogen and not helium is usually referred to as metals. So these are basically high in metals stars. And while most of the stars known to us are actually population 1 stars, but some are also population 2 stars. These are much older stars and are very metal poor and are normally over 10 billion years in age. And so in this case, population 2 stars seem to be stars that were formed from the leftovers from some of the first supernova and from some of the more primordial material that used to exist. In other words, if it took maybe 1 or 2 supernova to create population 2 stars, stars like our Sun very likely involved tens if not hundreds of supernova in order to reach the right level of metallic enrichment. But the holy grail has always been population 3 stars, or basically first stars. The stars that existed before any supernova happened, and the stars that eventually resulted in some of the first metallic material. And so basically here we're talking about the first generation of stars formed directly from the primordial gas following the Big Bang. And so that's the only type of stars astronomers have never seen anywhere. As a matter of fact, not so long ago, scientists discovered a somewhat bizarre population 2 star referred to as Pig 2503. And this star had very unique chemical composition with some of the lowest iron abundance ever seen. It contained almost 100,000 times less calcium and iron compared to our Sun. And that of course implied that this particular star, that was approximately 150,000 light years away from the Sun, seemed to have formed right after the initial explosion from some kind of a first generation star or the population 3 star. In other words, this was a very interesting discovery of the second generation star that formed from some of this first material, which also would make this possibly one of
agreed on Gaza. 3 out of 4 say the same views about Donald Trump, with even more saying they wouldn't date someone who disagreed with social justice. So here's the big problem with this. The birth rates. The birth rates of these people that are super liberal like this is like 0.6. It's like 0.6 or 0.8. Like, you want to talk about extinction? You're doing it. You're doing it to yourself. So is all chat incels? Yeah, all of the incels on the internet right now are here. This is like the main, they call it the main base of operations. And this is where they get their orders from on like which innocent nice girl to harass and humiliate on today. And we'll get to that later on, okay? Don't worry about it. But anyway, women are the gatekeepers of sex, and men are the gatekeepers of relationships. Saikuno. Anyway, let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about this. In a secret Discord chat? No, it's true. It's undeniably true. Everybody knows it's true. So, Tata Solwell, I don't know about that. And he wasn't in a relationship with them. I think that's a great example. So, yeah. So this is what I think is happening, is that I think that a lot of these people, what's happened is that women nowadays go on social media whenever they're very young. And this is I actually think this is a big problem. I think a lot of women got groomed whenever they were kids on the internet, and it's made them hate men. Straight up. I think that's a huge factor. I think that some girl goes on Instagram at 14 years old and she gets a bunch of grown men trying to talk to her, and it makes her hate men. I think it's a huge problem. It's a massive problem. Gigantic problem. And like, think about that, right? And like, I was 9, I got groomed on MSN. That's pretty early. I mean, that's really early. Tumblr fucked a lot of girls up. What I'm saying is that all Tumblr and everything else, my point is that all of that anti-men messaging, think about how much of a multiplier effect it is for all of these underage girls to have dozens of like grown-ass men in their DMs trying to talk to them. And if you don't believe me that this is happening, talk to any girl that you know that was on the internet while she was underage, and she's gonna tell you that it's fucking true, right? It is. So, and it's a huge, massive fucking problem. And so, like, and this is the issue with that problem, okay? And I'm gonna explain. So this is it's a nice, beautiful day, okay? It's a great day. The sun is out, the grass is green, and we gotta do the sun.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mudahar, and the ladies and gentlemen. You know, today is a good day. Actually, last night was a great night. I went to bed. If I had stayed up, maybe like, I don't know, fucking 20 minutes longer, I probably would have just been able to pop the champagne, light the cigar, and talk about how our good friend Johnny Somali has been sentenced to prison with hard labor. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we got a lot to talk about today. So I'm sure you probably have already heard about this, but I've been following the story for like over a year now, ever since it started breaking out. So for anybody that doesn't know, Johnny Somali is an internet IRL live streamer. He's a nuisance streamer. Basically, he goes around, makes an ass of himself, And, you know, he's just that kind of guy. So he was out in a country known as South Korea, which is a lot of Asian countries are very strict. He's basically in front of a statue that honors comfort women, women that were abused, women that were taken away, women that were, you know, used against their will, again, during a very tumultuous time in Korea. Now, obviously, if you go to a country like that, you probably should pay fucking respect, not even just out of being nice, but literally because of the history attached to it. Our friend Johnny over here is making a complete ass of himself, showing his full American ass dancing in front of me. Yeah, it was this kind of stuff that didn't really bode well. Of course, Johnny was also a complete and utter douchebag. For instance, he goes to a convenience store, decides that, you know, I'm not just going to pour myself this beverage, I'm not even just going to eat my noodles, but I'm also going to harass the store owner and the people around me. And of course, if you notice that in his hand, that's a Bluetooth speaker. A lot of these IRL streamers will just get donations, or they'll just basically fucking have crazy shit playing inside. Now, Johnny was insane. Johnny didn't, however, play anything on the same levels of, like, Arabandy. Arabandy straight up played, like, a fucking bomb detonation sound in a fucking school, which probably not the smartest thing to do. But, again, there's a whole litany of history with these fucking idiots. But anyways, you can see that Johnny's trying to intimidate this store owner over here. He's being a total douchebag. And, of course, there's a whole bunch of other things as well, too. After Johnny got caught, obviously, the government wasn't taking too kind to him, and Johnny, you know, could have been smart. He could have shut the fuck up instead of shutting the fuck up, which is a very great legal strategy, by the way. Just a great strategy in life. He decides to do shit where he brings out his MacBook and showcases AI-generated videos of him kissing another individual, right? Bong bong. So you can see in a lot of cases, using an AI tool, he was able to make this individual kiss the other person. Now, again, if you haven't been following stuff in South Korea, one thing to understand is what's happening over here is a very illegal, very dangerous situation. South Korea has some of the most strictest laws when it comes to deepfake, stuff in general. You know, people being forced to do things outside their consent, even in a digital fashion, through digital AI tools, is a big no-no in the country. So again, with all of these charges stacked against Johnny, how did he do in the court of law? Well, it actually came out last night that Johnny did in fact get guilty on almost every single charge that got thrown in his way. So for instance, the prosecution actually, and to some people watching this might be kind of an L, but I'm actually going to explain to you why it really isn't. So the prosecution originally sought 3 years of hard labor. The court landed on 6 months with 20 additional days of detention. As part of his sentence, Ismail is barred for 5 years from working at institutions that serve minors or people with disabilities, and must register as a sex offender for the same period. So, you know, you might be like, only 6 months? To give you an idea, 6 months with hard labor. It doesn't actually seem like a huge win, but in some ways it might actually be. We're going to get into the legal discussion in a bit too. But he'll also have no access to a cell phone while incarcerated, and basically, for the duration of the time here, he's already kind of considered a flight risk. So he's pleaded guilty to several obstruction of business charges and minor offense act violations. However, like the deepfake stuff we talked about a few minutes ago, he refused to accept those charges. He was ultimately convicted on all counts, including those tied to AI-generated sexual content involving that female YouTuber. His mother submitted a separate petition to ask the court for mercy, which, I don't know, I guess the only person I really genuinely made me feel bad about this in the story is, probably Bong Bong, simply because she was forced to kiss this fucking monster without his consent, even if it was completely digitally altered. And of course, honestly, his mom too. It's like, imagine getting fucking pregnant, raising this fucking idiot for like over 2 decades, and then him doing this kind of shit. Like, at that point, man, I mean, you've already just lost in life in every capacity. But ultimately speaking, obviously, he admits that his behavior was reckless. I mean, obviously, no shit. And of course, he said that growing up in the United States left him unaware of how serious South Korean law would treat actions he believed were not illegal at home. Now, of course, thankfully, the court did reject that framing in its ruling, because you know, I grew up in North America my whole life, but it doesn't mean that if I'm going to go to a fucking country like South Korea, I'm going to start giving lap dances to the comfort women statues. I'm probably going to be respectful of their... I wouldn't be giving a lap dance, period, okay? But yeah, Johnny, being the fucking idiot that he was, did dumb shit and basically got some real consequences. Now, looking into the actual, like, inmate treatment, if you go to South Korea's correctional facilities, you'll see that, you know, for one, they're a very regimented country, right? This is not like prison in the United States of America where, you know, it does vary, but, you know, people generally just live in a fucking big-ass building, and it's almost like a culture within a culture. There's not so much like, hey, you wake up at 9 o'clock, you do this by the minute, that by the minute. From what I understand, Johnny's gonna hate how regimented South Korean prisons are because it's almost like analogous to how the fucking military operates in some cases. So when you think of prison labor, obviously there's a big difference between North Korean prison labor where, you know, you're absolutely gonna die of exhaustion and whatnot. South Korean prison labor might actually be fucking great for Johnny. Actually, this might be a great situation. Prison labor is part of the execution sentence. Inmates have the motivation to work and learn for stable social reintegration. They're gonna fucking make a human being out of this fucking idiot. So you can see over here that motherfuckers be welding. They be working with, again, they be working with their hands. Sometimes they be gardening. Sometimes they're making good old furniture. But inmates are required to work 8 hours a day, so full job, improve productivity, and they are given business support funds when they work more than 8 hours a day. So you actually do fucking get overtime. I don't know if Johnny qualifies for that, but I think under South Korean law, they can't just fucking make you work entirely for free. Independent prison labor systems promote successful social reintegration and prevent recidivism by encouraging inmates to work hard and earn money for their after-prison life. Now, from what I understand, Johnny was dirt poor during this whole situation. Like, he ran out of money, obviously. You know, he's not super intelligent, as one could imagine. So, look, I'm not even joking around. I'm not even being mean. I think this is a great situation for him. You know, people think that prison with labor is a bad idea, but I think this will make a man out of the guy. I think in 6 months, if he actually goes through with all this, he might end up coming out a better person. He might actually end up coming out somewhat rehabilitated. He might end up coming out with more abilities than just making an ass of yourself on the internet. Now, the thing about it is, obviously, you might be like, isn't 6 months too little? Like, everyone was talking about this in Korea. Like, it became a talk of the town. It stirred up huge controversy, and he had quite a fair bit of charges. Like, I was expecting, if those deepfake charges were going to be pressed on even more, Johnny could be in very, very serious trouble. Like, I talked about that. But he's got 6 months in prison. Now, I think maybe the judge kind of factored in that the guy already did like a year plus of time anyways. Maybe we can factor it. Maybe he looked at the fact that, you know, he was like a kid, relatively speaking. But you never really know what's going to go through a judge's head. Now, if Johnny is smart, Johnny is not going to appeal this, okay? He's not going to go to his lawyer and be like, yo, man, can you appeal it? Maybe we can get it down to 0. That... Johnny has kind of won, in my opinion, like a lottery. 6 months for what he's done is fucking nothing. Do your time, do some of your labor, make some scratch, get back to the United States. Any lawyer would tell him, just eat the fucking, you know what? Just take the L. Literally just take the L. You fucking won, just do your time, call it a day. Now, at the same time, there's also this 7-day period, I think 14 days, where South Korean prosecutors can also do an appeal. So this is where it gets really murky. Now, if Johnny's lucky, nothing's going to move up from here. But here's the thing. He has all the reason not to appeal because 6 months, honestly, is nothing. But the prosecution has every reason to effectively appeal the case because they were looking for 3 years. They only got 6 months. They wanted way more out of this situation than they ended up getting. So obviously, to think about it, it would make no reason for the actual, like, for the court to not appeal. And from what I understand, within 7 days, they just have to file, like, a letter of intent saying that they're going to appeal. Their actual, like, big argument can come down the pipeline. And when this happens, Johnny, first off, Johnny's, like, prison sentence, from what I understand, starts right now, literally as of yesterday. So he's already doing his 6 months of prison time, and then, of course, the 20 days that come after it. But if this gets appealed, obviously his stay in Korea is not going to be just those 6 months or in 20 days. It's going to be longer. Like, an appeal will make sure that, from what I understand, his stay could last anywhere from like 6 months to maybe a year. But then again, if he wins that appeal, from what I understand, they could even then further appeal that to like the Supreme Court, which, if that happens, and usually I don't think they'll even take a case like this, from what I've read, that would go from like a couple like months to years in just waiting for your actual like case to be heard at that point. But yeah, Johnny has basically found the consequences of his own actions. He is going to spend 6 months in a hard labor facility in South Korea. And honestly, it might actually be the best fucking thing for him. You know what I mean? Like, all things considered, it actually is kind of a win for him. It could have been a lot worse. But I think at the end of the day, look, in a world where influencers are doing dumb shit all the time, I think this is a good thing to see, where at least it might be a deterrent for other people who think of coming to this country, or really any country, and making a complete fucking fool of themselves. You know, honestly, the internet live streaming space has become so spooky and degenerate lately that, you know, even cases where there's this guy called Clavicular, I haven't even really talked about him, I haven't really even heard about him. But I was looking at the other day that he was on like a live stream, and he just got like, he literally OD'd. And now he's in like hospitals and everything. So I'm just wondering what the fuck is going on in the live streaming space, where people are faking predator catches, people are falsely accusing people of being predators. You've got people like Johnny who are now serving 6 months of hard prison labor. And in some cases, you got people just straight up abusing actual drug substances on the internet. You know, we're a long ways away from the older internet of like 2017, 2018, where the scandals were nicer and cleaner. Now they're just straight up completely fucking illegal and on the verge of what's going on in society. Anyways, though, ultimately, I'm not going to take away a victory here. I think it's good to see Johnny actually taking an L, and to see somebody do hard prison labor, somebody that deserves it like Johnny, is just good to see. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
On June 24, 2025, defendant Ronald Allen was charged in the 187th District Court in Bexar County, Texas, with making a terroristic threat in violation of Section 22.07 of the Texas Penal Code for allegedly threatening to commit an offense involving violence with the intent to place the public or a substantial group of the public in fear of serious bodily injury. Now, the state's primary evidence supporting the charge came from a recording of Mr. Allen that was secretly made by Charles Ireland, Mr. Allen's former divorce and custody attorney. In the recording, Mr. Allen can be heard making a statement that Mr. Ireland and the authorities interpreted as a threat to commit multiple murders.
I'm prepared for Wednesday, but something is going to happen that's going to change history, whether you bust these guys or there's dead bodies everywhere, bro.
Mr. Allen's criminal defense lawyer, Charles Butcher, filed a motion to suppress the recording, as well as a motion to dismiss the charge against his client, and the motions were scheduled for a hearing on July 28, 2025, in front of Judge Stephanie Boyd.
So because there was a warrant, defense, you may proceed.
Well, Judge, when we begin with our motion to suppress, we believe that the central issue here is not the warrant, so to speak, but that the state's primary evidence comes from a secretly recorded attorney-client conversation between Ronald and his former lawyer, Mr. Ireland. The conversation occurred in a confidential legal setting during a time of high emotional stress on the part of my client, and in a context where Ronald was actually seeking legal advice and not making public threats. We argue that the recording should be suppressed for two real core reasons. First off, there's a breach of confidentiality and the attorney-client relationship. So even if Mr. Ireland is a party to the recording, this was a protected consultation. The decision to record, share, and weaponize that conversation violates the principles of trust and candor embedded in our legal system among lawyers. The second reason that we think that the recording should be suppressed is because the resulting statement, it lacks reliability. The state offers a paraphrase.
All right, counsel, just 1 second. If we can start with, you're saying that there's an attorney-client privilege that's been violated by the attorney?
We believe that. The reason for that is there's disciplinary rules regarding attorney-client confidentiality privileges, but we do know that the complaining witness in this case had a contractual relationship with Ronald Allen and that he was his divorce and custody lawyer. And this conversation, according to the state's evidence, my client and all other indications occurred in that attorney's office in a confidential setting, and it was recorded without the knowledge of Ronald Allen. And we believe that it was weaponized by the attorney because of a contractual dispute, because of problems with the representation that were occurring, that were being discussed in the recording that is in the state's evidence, the state's discovery.
So with regards to your stating that this was some sort of attorney-client privilege, unless someone is going to stipulate that there was a conversation that was had between your client and the fact that your client had this conversation with his then attorney, Mr. Ireland, and that during that representation, there was a conversation between the two. Is somebody going to stipulate to that?
Yes, Judge. By the end of the day, if the state has their witness, like they say they do, we believe that Mr. Ireland will testify, and he's the complaining witness on this case. That's our understanding.
So who is calling the witness?
The state does have two witnesses ready, and even though there wasn't a warrant or there was and burden has shifted, the state has our witnesses here, and if defense wants to call our witness and then have him available to us on cross, he's available.
All right, then defense, because there was stipulated that there was a warrant, then the burden does shift to the defense. So what witness would you like to call?
Let's call Mr. Ireland. Charles Michael Ireland.
Okay. Hello. All right, I recognize you as an officer of the court. However, if you could raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can have a seat. All right, if you'll state your name for the record.
Charles Michael Ireland Jr.
All right, you may proceed, defense.
Mr. Ireland, were you Mr. Allen's attorney during a portion of his family court case?
Yes.
You made a recording of a meeting that you had with him. That meeting where the recording was made, that took place in your office. Is that correct?
Your Honor, meeting.
Sustained.
Where was the recording made?
In my office.
All right. Do you know if Mr. Allen believed he was speaking with you in confidence because of the contractual relationship you had, or did you have some other arrangement where you had already told him that you were getting off the case?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Sustained.
Why was he in your office?
I believe that's attorney-client privilege.
And so the conversation, you would agree that the conversation that you had with Mr. Allen was attorney-client privilege, correct?
Yes.
Well, that's all I have for right now, Judge. I'd like to pass the witness.
All right, state.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I am showing you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 1. And what is this?
It's a recording of the conversation I had with Mr. Allen.
What date did that happen?
I believe it's April 21st, 2025.
And are your initials anywhere on this?
Yes,
And is there a date associated with your initials?
yes.
What date is that?
Today's date, July 28th, 2025.
And when you listened to this, was it an accurate portrayal of the events that day as you remember them?
Yes,
Was it altered in any way?
no,
Your Honor, at this time, state moves to enter State's Exhibit 1 for purposes of this hearing pending inspection by defense.
Yes, I see that, and that's been provided to me.
Any objections for
No
purposes of
objections,
this hearing?
Judge.
All right, State's Exhibit number 1 is admitted for purposes of this hearing.
You on direct stated that you agreed the conversation was attorney-client privilege. Is that true?
yes,
Did you believe the entire conversation was attorney-client privilege?
no.
What sorts of things are not privileged under that attorney-client privilege?
Mr. Allen said some things to me that I believe clearly established that he was going to attempt to or commit an act that would cause bodily harm or worse to one or more individuals.
Do you recognize Rule 503 to be the rules of evidence for attorney-client privilege?
Yes,
And in that rule, there is an exception. That's true, right? There's multiple exceptions.
there's multiple.
There's an exception that says the privilege does not apply in furtherance of a crime. Is that true?
If you say so,
Well, in this conversation that we're about to hear, something alarmed you. Isn't that true?
yes,
And you believed that the attorney-client privilege no longer held because of that statement.
I believe that because of what was told to me, I had a mandatory duty to report it to authorities.
Prosecutor Duffy Pitlock questions Mr. Ireland about whether or not Mr. Allen's statement was covered by attorney-client privilege. In Texas, attorney-client privilege is codified in Rule 503 of the Texas Rules of Evidence, which establishes that a client has a privilege to refuse to disclose and to prevent any other person from disclosing confidential communications between a client and their attorney made for the purpose of facilitating the rendition of professional legal services. The privilege belongs to the client, not the attorney, and it exists to encourage open and honest communication between a client and their counsel so that the legal system can function effectively. Now, for the privilege to apply, the communication must be made in confidence for the purpose of obtaining or facilitating legal services. In this case, Mr. Allen and Mr. Ireland had a valid attorney-client relationship. The conversation took place in Mr. Ireland's office, and Mr. Allen believed that he was speaking in confidence. The central question, then, is whether Mr. Allen's statement was protected by attorney-client privilege, or, as we will discuss later in this episode, Mr. Ireland had the discretion or duty to disclose the recording. Mr. Pitlock then moved to introduce the recording made by Mr. Ireland into evidence, and played the recording in its entirety for the court, pausing at key moments to question Mr. Ireland about specific statements. The recording ran approximately 13 minutes in total. Following the playback, Mr. Pitlock continued his cross-examination of Mr. Ireland.
Mr. Ireland, what did you take this statement? I'm prepared for Wednesday, but something is going to happen that is going to change history. You bust these guys or there's dead bodies everywhere, bro. What did you take that to mean?
I believe that was a threat that if he didn't get what he was seeking, that people would be hurt.
You're familiar with threats like these. That's true?
Yes.
What do threats like these look like?
I've been a family law attorney for almost 13 years. I've been threatened before. I think you have to take every threat seriously. So when those words were said, I believe them to be a real, true threat.
In the recording we just heard, at 57 seconds, defendant says, history is going to be made on Wednesday. Tell us the significance about that Wednesday date.
That was the date we were set for a temporary orders hearing. Mr. Allen had, up until that point, supervised possession and access of his son, and we were hoping to get unsupervised possession and access.
You did not have a scheduled interview with defendants on the day in question. That's true?
That's true.
And if you may please explain to us how defendant came to be in your office.
He just showed up.
Had he spoken with anyone before speaking with you in your office?
I think he met with my front desk receptionist.
Why did you accept this interaction with defendant when he hadn't had a planned meeting with you?
I had availability in my calendar. I had about a half hour to 45 minutes available, if I remember correctly. And I knew he was anxious about the hearing, and so I thought I'd give him some of my time to hopefully make him feel better.
You had never recorded a conversation with you and Mr. Allen before. That's true.
That's correct. Sorry, that's correct.
It is not your normal practice to record conversations with clients.
That is also correct.
After defendant said, I'm prepared for Wednesday, something is going to happen that's going to change history. Bust these guys or there's dead bodies everywhere. Who was the first person you called after that?
I called the State Bar Ethics Hotline.
What were you advised?
I had a mandatory duty to report what was told to me to law enforcement under Rule 105E of the Texas Rules of the disciplinary rules for attorneys the ethical rules that we live by.
Why did they say you had an ethical duty to report?
The State Bar Ethics Hotline believed it met the standard in 105E.
Mr. Ireland testifies that he interpreted Mr. Allen's statement as a threat, and that following Mr. Allen's departure from his office, he contacted the State Bar of Texas Ethics Helpline and subsequently consulted his personal attorney, both of whom advised him that he had a mandatory duty to report Mr. Allen's statement to law enforcement. The State Bar of Texas Ethics Hotline is a confidential resource operated by the State Bar of Texas that allows attorneys to seek guidance on ethical obligations, including questions about the scope of their duty of confidentiality. That duty of confidentiality is governed by Rule 1.05 of the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct, which applies to all quote-unquote confidential information an attorney acquires during the course of a representation. So-called confidential information is broader than the scope of attorney-client privilege and includes both privileged communications and unprivileged information that the attorney learned by reason of the representation. As a general matter, Rule 1.05 prohibits attorneys from disclosing confidential information without the client's consent. The rule does, however, provide exceptions. Subsection C7 of Rule 1.05 permits an attorney to disclose confidential information when the attorney has reason to believe disclosure is necessary to prevent the client from committing any criminal or fraudulent act. Subsection E of Rule 1.05 goes further. When confidential information clearly establishes that a client is likely to commit an act resulting in death or substantial bodily harm, disclosure is no longer permissive but mandatory, limited only to what reasonably appears necessary to prevent the act. Accordingly, if Mr. Allen's statement met the threshold established by subsection E, Mr. Ireland was not only permitted to disclose it to law enforcement, but he was required to do so.
Did you call anyone else?
Yes.
Who?
My attorney, Carl Cobb.
What did Attorney Cobb advise you?
I provided him the recording, and then he advised me I had a mandatory duty to report it to law enforcement under Rule 105E.
Do you remember speaking with an investigator, Lopez?
Yes.
When you initially called to report, you told Lopez your fear of the threat that there were going to be dead bodies everywhere, right?
Yes.
You did not tell Lopez anything about any attorney-client privileged information.
No.
The recording we just heard, its total duration is 12 minutes, 54 seconds. It was at 10:45 that defendant said there's going to be bodies everywhere. How did you respond to that statement?
I was in shock. That was the second time he had said, we're going to make history on Wednesday. And I think at some point, even in my head, I said, don't say it. And then he said it, that there would be dead bodies everywhere.
After you reported this threat, what else did you do? You didn't feel safe. What did you do for safety reasons?
We locked our front door, and I excused my staff, whoever didn't feel comfortable being there.
Any other precautionary measures?
That day, no.
How about in the near future?
I arranged for my office to have active shooter training and also paid for my entire staff to be trained in handgun shooting.
You would agree with me that throughout this 12-minute 54 conversation, you agreed with a lot of defendants' statements and paranoia. Isn't that true?
I don't know that I agreed with the paranoia. I had felt like up to that point that Ronnie had gotten an unfair shake in the civil courts.
You had mentioned when defendant said, I'm scared, you agreed. This is a scary thing, right?
Well, I thought he was talking about, he was scared about losing his relationship with his son. And as a parent, like, I get that.
When defendant was talking about things are being overlooked, you agreed. You said, I think you're getting for sure.
So that statement was because I thought, like I said, I thought he was getting an unfair shake in the civil courts based on my experience with Mr. Allen up to that point.
When would dead bodies be everywhere?
I presumed based on the subject matter of the conversation, it would be on April 23rd, that Wednesday at the hearing.
At 57 seconds, history is going to be made on Wednesday. You remember defendant saying that?
Yes.
6 minutes, 52 seconds. I know Wednesday something changes in my favor. You remember that?
Yes.
10 minutes, 45 seconds. I'm prepared for Wednesday, but something is going to happen that is going to change history. You bust these guys or there's dead bodies everywhere, bro. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 3. If you may please look at this briefly and then look at some questions when you're ready.
Okay.
Do you know what this is?
Yes.
How do you know what this is?
This is the transcript of a hearing, well, the part of the final hearing for Mr. Allen's protective order.
What date does this have on it?
June 23rd, 2025.
What court does this have on it?
Well, the case is filed in the 150th, but it was heard by Judge Christine Hortick in the 225th.
Is this in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes.
At this hearing, it had something to do with a motion to withdraw as counsel. Is that true?
That hearing? No, that was not for my motion to withdraw as counsel.
Thank you. What was this hearing for?
That was the continuation of the final protective order hearing that Miss Allen had filed against Mr. Allen. And I testified that day.
There was discussion about a motion to withdraw, though, wasn't there? And when asked about that motion to withdraw, you told the court that the defendant made a statement that you reasonably believed, led you to believe that the defendant was going to commit a crime that would result in the death or substantial harm to another person. Isn't that true?
That's true.
And this was 2 days before that Wednesday hearing. Isn't that true? When the statement was made.
Yes.
Please describe defendant's behavior while he was in your office.
He never sat down. He paced back and forth behind the chairs I have in front of my desk. He seemed very agitated. He was sweating profusely.
Were you scared in your office during this conversation?
Over the course of the conversation, I became more and more anxious.
When defendant said there will be bodies everywhere, were you afraid for your life?
Yes.
You were afraid for your staff's life?
Yes.
You were afraid for the lives of the people at the courthouse?
Absolutely.
You were afraid for defendant's family's life?
Yes.
To specifically include the children?
Yes, his son, Aiden.
The child. And the ex?
And I'm sorry?
His ex.
Yes.
Now, defendant never said, he didn't give a specific manner and means, didn't give a specific person. But what contextually made you believe this was an actual threat?
Twice he said, I'm going to make history on Wednesday. He said something was going to change. And when he made the statement, dead bodies everywhere, after he said he was going to make history, that specifically.
You mentioned playing the recording for your staff. That freaked them out, didn't it?
Yes, they were all very concerned.
Objection, hearsay.
Right, that'll be sustained.
Your Honor, the state kindly passes the witness.
All right, defense, you may proceed.
Following the conclusion of Mr. Pitlock's cross-examination, the defense conducted a redirect examination of Mr. Ireland. The state then called investigator Che Lopez of the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, who testified about his investigation into Mr. Allen's statement and the warrant that he generated for Mr. Allen's arrest. The defense subsequently called Mr. Allen to the stand, where he testified about a number of matters related to the motions, including his explanation for what he meant by the statement that Mr. Ireland interpreted as a threat.
Because I felt like the judges and the lawyers weren't taking this matter serious enough. I think that they were the reasons why my cousin committed suicide. And I believe that all the violence and all the murders that are with the family cases are because of their toying around with it. And I think that there's dead bodies everywhere because of it. Every family situation, a murder suicide I see on the news was related to a family dispute gone out of control. And that's what I was referring to.
Following Mr. Allen's testimony, Judge Boyd closed the evidentiary portion of the hearing and ordered both parties to return the following morning to present arguments on the motion to suppress and the motion to dismiss.
What I would like to start with, the defense's argument is there's no probable cause. You may address that, counsel.
Judge, regarding we did hear testimony from Mr. Allen, Officer Che, and Attorney Ireland. We heard Attorney Ireland's recording. We'd seen the state's theory take its full shape. There's a lack of criminal conduct on this matter because from the outset, the prosecution relied on a paraphrase quote allegedly said by Mr. Allen, which was, "If I don't get custody, I will make history and there will be dead bodies everywhere." But when we heard the recording, that phrase was never heard by the court in the recording submitted by Mr. Ireland and played for the court. The actual statement made by Ronald was, quote, "So if I was going to do that, and I knew all this stuff was going to happen, period, I'm prepared for Wednesday. But something is going to happen that's going to change history, whether you bust these guys or there's dead bodies everywhere, bro." Later, he says, because if they don't get busted, there's going to be dead bodies everywhere. Now, our contention is that neither of these statements includes an assertion of personal action on the part of Mr. Allen. There is no named victim. There is no identified target. And there is no expressed intent to carry out any kind of violence. It's also troubling that the DA's office or Detective Che did not fully review the audio, but simply adopted Mr. Ireland's paraphrase as fact. I think that this misstep undermines the reliability of the charging process, and bolsters the necessity for judicial correction through either suppression or the dismissal.
All right, and with regards to no complainant being identified, is there really a need for a complainant to be identified if there's a threat? And I'm not saying it's a threat. These are just questions that I have, Mr. Allen. Is there a need to identify a singular person if there's an alleged threat that there will be bodies?
Well, I think a part of this is the nature of the charge is that this is a terroristic threat on a public servant. Although other public servants are discussed in the 12-minute recording that we heard, none of those public servants are specifically targeted. This statement has been taken out of context. He's not particularly naming that he's going to do anything to the court or to the courthouse or to any of the people that work here. I'm also, I think you should know, I've been practicing 15 years and I work in this courthouse every day. And I don't feel like Mr. Allen is a threat to this court either. Further, when we talk about this, Mr. Allen's testimony reflects a constitutional innocence to him because he testified that he believed he was speaking confidentially with his own lawyer. He had no intent to harm anyone. He was not emotionally stable at that point because of the difficulty that he was having with his custody matter. He was also shocked to learn that the words that he mentioned and his own lawyer, where he has an expectation of privacy, were being recorded and being used against him to third parties.
All right, so do both parties stipulate that a client's conversation with his attorney in a legal capacity is confidential, that's the bar? Do both parties stipulate to that?
The state understands that confidentiality bar is there with exceptions.
Yes. Is there an exception? And I think both parties know the answer to the confidentiality if there is a threat of violence or if there is a threat of a future crime.
Yes, the state is aware.
All right. And defense, do you stipulate to that?
Yes, Judge, we do know that there are rules. Rule 105C7 of the ethics rule provide for permissive disclosure to prevent criminal acts. And we anticipate that Ireland would be arguing that he had discretion under this section if he reasonably believed the disclosure was necessary to prevent a future crime. However, according to those rules, the magnitude, proximity, and likelihood of harm must be weighed. The threat must appear imminent and grave, and the disclosure must be no greater than necessary. The problem here is that Ireland disclosed everything and voluntarily handed over a recording, and that recording was not narrowly tailored as a warning. And then we have his own testimony where Mr. Ireland gets on the stand and he tells us, also in the recording, "I'm not afraid of anything regarding this case." That contradicts a reasonable belief of a grave and imminent harm. He continues to try to expand and express that he's in deeper fear than he was in the moment. And I think that's a vital distinction because if there's a terroristic threat, I think that his action should be immediate, but rather what Mr. Ireland did, he didn't immediately call 911. He immediately called the amicus attorney. He thinks he doesn't remember that, but we believe that he called the amicus attorney because we got a bill for that. And then further, he calls the Texas Bar Hotline, which is going to favor him making this disclosure, at least to mitigate the immediate harm. But I think on retrospect, after 100 days in jail, the harm and the potential harm has been mitigated.
All right, so let's start here. The first thing, the court finds through stipulation, and I think both parties know, that when someone is speaking to their attorney about legal matters that they've been contracted to do, normally it's privileged. But I think both parties have also stipulated that there are exceptions to that privilege. And one of them is if there is a threat of future criminal activity, or if there's a threat of harm to anyone else. So let's start. State, do you want to address whether or not the communication that was testified, that is the basis for this alleged offense, whether or not that was privileged?
Yes, Your Honor, that was not privileged communication. It is detailed in the exception for furtherance of criminal activity, express or implied intent by saying if X does not happen, then Y is going to happen. If X, I don't get my custody, then Y, there's going to be dead bodies everywhere. That is both express and implied. Express, dead bodies; implied, maybe the how. Those privileges are to ensure fair trial, trust between parties. The privilege is not intended to grant people a right to threaten and to use words to cause a reaction, like what happened in this case. It's not privileged.
All right, so the court is going to find that there has not been a violation of the attorney-client privilege under the Disciplinary Code 1.05C7. Now, the next thing I want to talk to you all about is whether or not the communication to his attorney that we're here for, whether or not that's protected speech. And that's a part of your motion as well, client, Mr. Butcher.
Yes, Judge, that goes towards the motion to dismiss regarding this. I think there's some particulars in the recording and in what was discussed with Mr. Ireland on the stand. There are a number of statements that Mr. Ireland stated that tend to show that at the moment, Michael Ireland was not afraid. His own words and conduct tend to prove it. What we think is that Ronald Allen's testimony reflects constitutional innocence because Mr. Allen testified that he believed he was speaking confidentially with his lawyer. He had no intent to harm anyone. He was emotionally distraught, particularly due to the custody losses, and he was shocked to learn that his words had been recorded. When we get further into this, Ronald also expresses his own fear in the recording because he says, "I'm scared for my life, dude." That's not the speech of a would-be assailant. It's the language of a man trying to make sense of what he perceives as an unjust legal system. In my motion, I mentioned a number of cases, and one of them is the Watts case. In the Watts case, in a 1966 anti-draft rally in Washington, D.C., an 18-year-old draft dodger made the following remark, quote, "If they ever make me carry a rifle, the first man I want to get in my sights is Lyndon Baines Johnson, LBJ." This, by the Supreme Court, was interpreted as a threat. This was interpreted as a threat by the authorities under the United States Code regarding terrorist threats toward the president. The Supreme Court found in 1966 that they reversed the conviction, holding that Watt's statement was political rhetoric and not a true threat, and therefore was protected speech under the First Amendment. This applies because the context matters. True threats are not protected speech, but the government must prove that the speaker intended the statement to be understood as a serious expression of intent to inflict harm. So hyperbole, exaggeration, or emotional venting, even if it's crude or alarming, doesn't qualify as a true threat. In reference to Ronald's case, this also was a vague and conditional statement. It was delivered in a nonviolent setting, and it was interpreted literally by the government, despite clear indications that it was a figurative rhetoric that Mr. Allen was engaged in. In Ronald's case, it was emotionally charged, but it was conditional, and it was made during a private dispute involving custody. There's another case, more recent in 2015, the Alanis v. United States case, where the Supreme Court held punishing threats require proof of a mens rea or a subjective intent to threaten. The Alanis case holds that a person cannot be convicted based on how others might perceive their words. Rather, the speaker must actually intend for those words to instill fear or communicate a threat. In this case, the full transcript demonstrates Ronald's alleged threat was embedded in an extended stream of anxious, erratic speculation and emotionally charged grievances, where at one point Ronald even says, "I got called into jury duty the same week in the same courtroom. The odds of that is like me winning the lottery 20 times in a row. Bro, it didn't even happen." He further elaborates, "Hey, I had jury duty, dude. They asked me certain questions and they made me sit there all day. The same effing judge. They wanted to know what I knew and if I recognized those other two girls." When I read these statements, they don't seem to be statements of intent. They're statements of subjective fear, suspicion, and confusion. And it's exactly the kind of talk one might share only with their lawyer while trying to process whether the system is fair or rigged. Here, far from planning any violence, Ronald was exploring whether something conspiratorial was happening to him, and he was seeking his lawyer's validation and advice. In the same way in Alanis, the court emphasized that convictions under federal threat statutes require subjective intent. So the speaker must actually have intended the words to be understood as threatening. In that case, the court reversed a conviction that was based on an objective, reasonable person standard, and holding that omitting a reference to intent in a criminal statute does not mean that the mere negligence is the appropriate mental state. So here, we might agree that the words that Ronald used in his lawyer's office were negligent because they might be interpreted as a threat, but his intention, and the state hasn't shown that his intention was to make a threat to the general public.
Mr. Butcher argues that Mr. Allen's statement was protected political hyperbole under the First Amendment, rather than a so-called true threat, and that the state failed to establish the mens rea, or mental state, necessary to support the underlying charge. In the 2003 case of Virginia v. Black, the Supreme Court defined a quote-unquote true threat as a statement by which a speaker communicates a serious expression of intent to commit an act of unlawful violence against a particular individual or group, and determined that statements that fall into this category are not protected by the First Amendment. However, in the 1969 case of Watts v. United States, the court held that a statement which is conditional, made in an emotionally charged context, and not intended to be taken literally, constitutes protected political hyperbole, rather than a true threat. In this case, Mr. Butcher argued that Mr. Allen's statement, made privately to his own attorney during an emotionally charged custody dispute, was similarly conditional and contextual. Now, on the question of mens rea, the Supreme Court held in the 2015 case of Elonis v. United States that a conviction for threatening another individual requires proof of the defendant's subjective intent to threaten, not merely that someone interpreted the statement as a threat. The court refined that standard further in the 2023 case of Counterman v. Colorado, holding that to establish that a statement is a true threat unprotected by the First Amendment, the government must prove that the defendant had some subjective understanding of the threatening nature of the statement, based on a showing no more demanding than recklessness. Here, Mr. Butcher's position is that Mr. Allen lacked the requisite mental state to make a terroristic threat, as Mr. Allen testified that he had no intent to threaten anyone and believed he was speaking confidentially with his own attorney about his frustrations with the legal system.
At this juncture, isn't whatever your client's intent, that's something for a jury to decide? Or if this were a bench trial, then it would be for me to decide. But based upon your motions, what you're here for is whether or not there was a warrant issued. It's been submitted that there was a warrant issued. Both parties stipulated to that. Whether or not the communication with his attorney was privileged or not. I'm finding that the communication was not privileged because it falls under the exception of a threat that was being made. So the threat that was being made, that wasn't privileged communication. Now, whether or not Mr. Allen, whether or not you meant that, or whether or not it was intentionally, knowingly, or whatever the mens rea may be, that's something for a jury to make that determination. The motion to dismiss is denied. The motion to suppress is denied. I'm going to schedule this for a jury trial for September 30th.
Judge Boyd determined that Mr. Allen's statement to Mr. Ireland did not fall within the protection of attorney-client privilege, and that the question of whether Mr. Allen possessed the mens rea necessary to support a conviction was a matter for a jury to decide on the complete factual record, not an issue for her to decide as a judge in a pretrial motion. Accordingly, she denied the motion to suppress and the motion to dismiss, scheduling the case for jury trial on September 30th, 2025. However, on August 28th, 2025, Mr. Allen entered a plea of no contest to the terroristic threat charge and applied for deferred adjudication, a form of probation available in Texas under which a defendant who successfully completes the terms of supervision avoids a formal conviction on their record. On September 16th, 2025, Judge Boyd granted the application, placing Mr. Allen on community supervision for 5 years. This case illustrates the practical limits on confidentiality within the attorney-client relationship. While attorney-client privilege is broad and the expectation of confidentiality when speaking with an attorney is well established, that protection is not without boundaries and exceptions. As a general matter, an attorney who learns through the course of representation that a client has committed a crime in the past is bound to keep that information confidential. The duty of confidentiality exists to allow clients to speak openly with their counsel, and that openness would be impossible if an attorney could be compelled to disclose everything that a client has ever admitted to doing. But the analysis shifts when the concern moves from past conduct to future harm. When an attorney possesses confidential information that clearly establishes a client is likely to commit an act resulting in death or substantial bodily harm, the duty of confidentiality and the protection of attorney-client privilege must yield to a higher obligation. Under Texas law, attorneys have the discretion to disclose confidential information to prevent a client from committing any criminal act, and when the potential harm rises to the level of death or serious bodily injury, that discretion becomes a mandatory duty to report. As demonstrated by the outcome of this motion hearing, the protection that encourages clients to speak candidly with their attorneys was never designed to take precedence over the prevention of serious harm to others. And when information shared in confidence leads an attorney to believe that someone may be harmed, the duty of confidentiality gives way to allow for the protection of others. Let us know if there's a case or courtroom interaction that you would like us to explore in the comments below. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to like and subscribe so we can help foster a more informed society. On August 21st, 2022, deputies from the Adams County Sheriff's Office executed a search warrant at the Winchester, Ohio residence of rapper Joseph Foreman, more commonly known as Afro Man. Mr. Foreman was not home at the time, but his home security cameras captured footage of the officers on the property. No charges resulted from the raid, and no evidence of criminal activity was found. Mr. Foreman alleged that money was taken from his home during the search and that his home security system was deliberately disconnected by the officers. While some funds were ultimately returned to him, he alleged that not all of the money was accounted for, and no restitution was offered by the sheriff's office for any property damage sustained during the search. In the month that followed, Mr. Foreman turned his video footage from the raid into content, producing viral music videos such as Will You Help Me Repair My Door and Lemon Pound Cake, selling merchandise bearing officers' likenesses, and posting extensively on social media about the raid and the officers involved. On March 13th, 2023, 7 members of the Adams County Sheriff's Office filed suit seeking monetary damages and injunctive relief against Mr. Foreman in the Court of Common Pleas in Adams County, Ohio, alleging unauthorized use of their personas, invasion of privacy by misappropriation, false light publicity, and unreasonable publicity given to private lives. On May 10th, 2023, the deputies amended their complaint to add a claim for defamation based on public statements Mr. Foreman had made accusing the officers of, among other things, stealing some of the money that was confiscated from his home during the raid and later returned to him. On October 10th, 2023, the court dismissed the claims for unauthorized use of persona and invasion of privacy by misappropriation. 3 claims survived and proceeded to a jury trial in front of Judge Jonathan Hine on March 16th, 2026. Prior to jury selection, the deputies voluntarily dismissed their unreasonable publicity given to private lives claim, leaving 2 claims before the jury: invasion of privacy by false light publicity and defamation. As the Supreme Court of Ohio recognized in the 2007 case of Welling v. Weinfeld, a false light claim requires proof that the defendant gave publicity to a matter concerning the plaintiff that placed them before the public in a so-called false light that would be highly offensive to a reasonable person, and that the defendant had knowledge of or acted in reckless disregard as to the falsity of the publicized matter, and the false light in which the plaintiff would be placed. Defamation, as the 8th District Court of Appeals of Ohio explained in the 2014 case of Lograsso v. Fry, requires proof that a false statement of fact was made about the plaintiff, that the statement was was defamatory, that it was published to a third party, that the plaintiff suffered injury as a proximate result of the publication, and that the defendant acted with the requisite degree of fault, which we will discuss at further length later in this episode. On March 17th, 2026, the deputy's attorney, Robert Klinger, called Mr. Foreman, who was represented by defense counsel David Osborne, to testify, quote, as if on cross-examination. This is a procedural maneuver that allowed Mr. Klinger to ask Mr. Foreman leading questions rather than open-ended ones, a tactic typically reserved for adverse parties or hostile witnesses under Rule 611 of the Ohio Rules of Evidence.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And have a seat.
Go ahead, Mr. Klinger.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, would you give us your name, please?
My name is Joseph Edgar Foreman.
You are known under the stage name as Afro Man, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you create music videos and do performances, is
Yes,
that
sir.
right? How many states of the United States have you performed in, do you think?
All of them.
All 50?
Yes, sir.
And how many countries have you performed in?
I don't remember, but not all of them, but I've been to a few.
Trump calls out the right-wing podcasters Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones for criticizing him. Jesus Christ, Donald? Holy fuck. Okay, let me read it. I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think that it's wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon, because they all have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it, their family knows it, and everyone else knows it too. Look at their past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Now they think to get some clicks because they have the third-rate podcasts, but nobody is talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA. Or, I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN a 100% approval rating of Trump. Keep this in mind. Kim Jong-un of North Korea only had a 99.8 approval rating. He is really that guy. He's that guy. That's the level that we're on now. 99.8, yeah. The guy's dead now, by the way. It's back to 100%. So anyway, I wouldn't have won presidential election of not the hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see, let me make it larger so you guys can read it. Where is it here? Perhaps he could see a good psychiatrist, or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me about the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell. That's true. She was the one that asked him that. Or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not, and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. Nobody does it better, man. Nobody does it better. This is the president. Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming that it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. The now fake news CNN, the failing New York Times, and other radical left, quote, news organizations are hailing them, giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA, they're losers, just trying to latch on to MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls, because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. And after a few times, they go nasty, just like Majority Traitor Brown. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care about doing right for our country. Wow. MAGA is about winning and strength in not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again. And these people have no idea how to do that. But I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world. President Donald J. Trump. I want to let everybody know you are locked in to 3 more. It's not even halfway over. It's not even halfway over, guys. 3 more years of this. And that's if he doesn't run a 3rd term. That's if he is gracious enough to not run for a 3rd term, which we don't know if that's going to happen or not. It's uncertain as to whether it will. The 4th term, that's right. Bunch of Fugazi? Yeah, I guess so. I don't think he's going to make it on the midterms. I think that if the Iran war ends and he's able to spin it as a win, or the Iranian government is deposed, then I think that he will. But I do think that it makes him, like, Trump has a lot of, like, he's really funny. He's really funny, and I love tweets like this. They're hilarious, even though I might not agree with them entirely, but he has a lot of baggage. He does. Like Trump, and the thing is that Trump, you get a lot of positives. He's really funny. He says things that nobody else will say, but at the same time, he does do things that, you know, it's like, you know, the Epstein files, right? And it's like, come on, did you really have to do that? And like, there are negatives. There definitely are. Trump never forgets people being disloyal. He never forgets people. Is that? Donald Trump on retribution. 1992.
Anyway, but
tell me, I mean, you're going to get even with some people. Because
yeah, I know. If given the opportunity, I will get even with some people that were disloyal to me. I mean, I had a group of people that were disloyal.
But how do you define disloyalty?
They didn't come to my aid.
Well, what did they do? They turned their back on you?
No, but they didn't do small things that would have helped. They didn't do larger things.
Give me one example.
Well, I had one man who frankly was on the board of a company that I was selling. And it was a tremendous sale for me. It was a great sale. Would have been a very helpful sale, and it ended up going through. But one of the things is that I had to take.
This Shuttle?
No, this was a different company.
Okay.
It doesn't matter which company. And it was a great thing for me. But one of the things is I had to clear the board. Now I only put him on that board because of the fact I thought I was doing him a favor. He got some money by being a board member, et cetera, et cetera. He contributed nothing.
Sure.
When it came time, I have 5 board members. When it came time to to removing the slate and getting all my people, everyone said, I'm leaving. Right. Steve Bollenbach, Harvey Freeman, everyone left, except this one particular person said, I don't want to leave. He told my people, I don't want to leave. Well, when I heard about it, I went nuts, and I blasted him, and all of a sudden he left. But I consider that a great act of disloyalty. I put him on that board. Now, he did leave. I mean, he did leave. It's a little like Andrew. I mean, Andrew ended up in favor of Riverside South, but for all I had done, I had never asked him for anything. This is a great job.
So what
This is
happened?
a job that he should have been in favor.
I still
He had to
think about the time Trump tweeted, I've never seen a skinny person drink Diet Coke. I remember that.
do a poll in order to find out whether or not he was going to support
Yeah,
it.
but how can you get even with Andy Stein? I mean, this guy's...
It's not a question of getting even. I can certainly be disappointed in certain people, and I was very disappointed.
Yeah, but you've already said an eye for an eye. I mean, he hits you, you're going to hit him back.
Well, I might.
Yeah, but
We'll
how
see.
could you hit him back?
We'll see. Hey, time will tell, I guess, right?
Yeah, but are you looking for the...
Damn.
opportunity?
No, I'm not looking. I'm just really so disappointed in him. I'm disappointed in other people.
See, I wish this guy was the one that was running shit. I wish you would do more of this. The thing that pisses me off with Trump is that he talks about it, but it doesn't happen. That's what makes me fucking mad. Like, the reason why I get mad at Trump isn't because he's extreme. It's because he's not extreme enough. Like, he's not going in there, like, he not doing what needs to happen.
I was disappointed.
He talks
in this
ball,
one
he doesn't
man that
play?
didn't want to get off the board.
All
No,
right.
he got off.
Okay, but he got off. So I mean,
no, he got off. He got off after being hit over the head with a cannon. Okay.
What
He
was the
got off.
cannon?
The cannon was me. And he ended up.
What was the threat, though? I mean, did you blast him in the paper and that was enough, or did you say?
The threat was just sort of a strong threat. I mean, he would have gone through a lot of hell if he didn't get off. And then he gets off and he acts like he does me a favor. He gets off. Okay, he got off maybe out of fear. maybe out
You
of
owe me,
something
Donald,
else.
because I'm getting off the board.
Yeah, and you know, it was like one of the great jokes of the century. But it ended up that he got off
Man.
and the deal went through. But that
I
doesn't
am
mean
the
I have
cannon.
to love this particular guy.
The
It
cannon.
doesn't mean I have to love him. I want somebody that's loyal from the beginning,
Jesus.
not somebody that's loyal because they're afraid or because they're this or because they're that.
Our president only has so much power. I don't know about that. You think Andrew Jackson would think that? I don't think so. What about Napoleon?
And I've had a lot of
Remember
instances
him?
like that, but and I think, you know, and again, I think the new book, and I
gotta
don't know
lock
why I'm
in.
promoting a book that's not going to come out for 3 or 4 months. I mean, I don't want to waste a lot of time, but I think that the
come back,
most
we'll pick up.
interesting aspect, that's right, we'll do it when you go national.
That's
Okay,
right,
we'll do that for the national. Forget the local stuff.
Yeah.
But I
No,
think
no, the local stuff's important. Without the local stuff, there'd been
without
no
the-
national
right,
stuff.
you don't do the second step.
Exactly.
But the truth is, I think the most interesting aspect of that book is the loyalty area, the loyalty
Yeah, I
chapters.
bet.
think
Now,
it's
you
really-
measure your loyalty in terms of your own relationship with Roy Cohn. You feel
Well,
like that
so-
Roy, you stuck by Roy Cohn, and
I do,
that's
I
true.
think
You
I did.
showed your stripes by doing that.
Well, I don't think I showed my stripes. I think, you see, I'm so
this is what.
loyal to people. Maybe I'm loyal to a fault, but I'm so loyal to people that when somebody's slightly disloyal to me, I look upon it as a great act of horror.
Who are you going to support for mayor?
Well, I think David Dinkins, I have to tell you, has
The
done.
mob ties. Yeah, see, this is the guy I want to have running shit, right? See, we need to have somebody like this is the right way to do it. He talked differently back then, yeah, a little bit. Like the thing is, like loyal to a fault is right, I guess so. And Trump before AIPAC was a goat. Current Trump is a worm. Well, I'm just saying, like in general, like this is the kind of shit like I want to have this. Like, I mean, now maybe, and the thing is, that's one of the things like I always said I liked about Marco Rubio is that Marco Rubio, it doesn't matter what Trump does, Marco Rubio will go up there and he will have his fucking back. He will have his back because that's the president. My job is to make sure that I am executing the vision of the president for the American people, right? He was elected in a landslide, and I'm going to vote for him, right? I'm going to do what he wants to Marcus Rubio, exactly. And that's respectable. I do. I think, and by the way, like if you're trying to do something, now, and I bet behind closed doors, Marco probably has a lot of disagreements. There might be like, oh, let's do things this way, that way. But whenever you come out, there is an aligned message. There is an aligned message and a focus.
A real good comeback. You know, you talk about comebacks. David Dinkins has done one hell of a comeback in the last
Marcus
6
Rubius,
months. And you
that's
saw
right.
what happened in Los Angeles, and you saw what happened. People really like the man. I mean, I've been with him and I've watched him, and he has really become a very popular guy. And
What's
I think
your
he's,
thoughts on recent Vance? I think J.D. Vance is a great vice president. I don't think that he really has the interest in international affairs. I don't think he really gives a fuck what happens in Iran. Probably doesn't give a fuck about Iran. And I respect that. I do. I respect that. Like, you know what? All right. Like, that's okay.
Going to be very hard to beat in a lot of ways. Now, I have to tell you that a year and a half ago, nobody wanted to run against George Bush. It took a man from Arkansas who was the only one, virtually one of the few people that wanted to run, because George Bush was unbeatable. There was no way you could beat this guy, and he turned out to, he just ran out of gas.
It looked like David Lincoln couldn't possibly win re-election a year ago.
I'll look at just a minute. No, I mean, again, like, you see, like, why aren't you settling more scores? See, I was hoping that's what was going to happen. It just hasn't really locked in. Don't you think this intervention from the U.S. is just going to lead to global financial crisis, price of oil? Yeah, probably is going to go up a lot, especially now that they're blocking the strait again. So it seems. What is this here? Masuma Ekbar, who is also known as Screaming Mary, was a spokeswoman for the Islamic terrorists who stormed the U.S. Embassy in Tehran and held 52 Americans hostage for 444 days, subjecting them to beating, starvation, and mock executions. In 2014, the Obama administration granted visas to her son and his family to enter the United States. In June 2016, the Obama administration gave them lawful permanent residence via the Diversity Immigrant Visa Program. This week, bro, he really is that guy. God, bro, yes. This week, I terminated their lawful permanent resident status today. Saeed, Asiya, Nashmi, whatever the fuck their name is, and their son are now in the custody of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement pending their removal from our country. Her family should have never been allowed to benefit from the extraordinary privilege of living in our country. America can never become the home for anti-American terrorists or their family, and under the Trump administration, it never... Dude. My fucking guy, bro. Like, we gotta have one of these every day. This is what I want to see. Like, it's not enough to not let them in. We gotta kick them out. We gotta go in and remove them and send them back to whoever shithole. Bro, like, they're coming from... If they're going to Iran, oh, you like Iran so much? Go back. Time to go back. Fuck this. You go in here, you have people that are literal terrorists that are living in the country. Their family living in the country. Get the fuck out of here. This is outrageous. And their family, yeah. Kick them all out. Get them all out. Get them all. I don't want to deal with any of that shit. Divert it. What, bro, by the way, delete this. Just delete it. Just literally take it, and everybody who is getting paid, just stop paying them. That's it. That's all you do. You literally just stop paying them. You tell them, you can come to work tomorrow, but you can't do anything, and we're not going to process payments for you anymore. That's it. Problem solved. No, I'm very happy. Fix the glitch. Yep, fix the glitch. Same thing happened. Same thing should go to Ilhan Omar and her family. If Marco Rubio, if they, I am not satisfied in the level of aggression and force that they are using to get rid of a lot of these people. I think that right now they're in like first gear. Now they're moving, which is better than being parked. But we need to go into third and fourth gear here. We do. We need to shift into a higher degree. And don't be scared. Exactly. And what we need to be thinking about is denaturalizing citizens. We need to be thinking about removing lawful permanent residents. We need to be thinking about like scaling down the H-1B program by like 95%. That's what we need to be thinking about. That's what needs to happen. And I don't understand what's going on here. Denaturalize and deploy to Ilhan Omar? I would do that. Absolutely, I'd do it instantly. But also, you've got to keep in mind, the real problem isn't her. It's the fact that enough people voted for her. You got to get rid of all of them too. It's not just one person. It's an entire community. It's an entire community of people that vote for that shit, that push that stuff, people that come into America, that hate America. They want to actively use and then take advantage of American people's generosity so they can abuse it and then use it to fund literal terrorism. It's crazy. It's crazy that anybody puts up with this shit. It's embarrassing. And honestly, like, if they went and did that, that would be crazy. My girlfriend voted for it. I will never understand people that vote for, like, I'll never understand anybody that votes for a ideology that would oppress them. I don't understand that. I think it's so stupid.
Ass, poop, and every...
Okay. So this is the sun. And there is a tree. There is a tree in the meadow that begins to grow. This tree is a 13-year-old girl. And yes, I know I talk about things. I'm going to say one thing really quick. I talk about these things in a very matter-of-fact way. I speak in very plain English. If this offends you, if this upsets you, if this bothers you, if this makes you uncomfortable, good. Welcome back to reality. I hope you enjoy your stay. Here's what happens. Just a minute, I'm trying to make this good. Okay, so, this is kind of what happens, is that you have this girl, and inside of whenever she's like, let's say, just theoretically, 15 years old, right? What happens is that she gets groomed on the internet to meet or to deal with some guy that is a good bit older than her. And that interaction damages and reframes her entire life in the exact same way, metaphorically, that if you grow a bonsai tree and you pull a branch down, or a tree grows around a tree, or sorry, it grows around a fence or something like that. So this is what happens, is that they have this happen when they're very young, And it totally changes the developmental, ordering of their life. And I'll give you another example. Here's another parallel to even lock this down even more. Look at what happens with people that were abused. How many sexual abusers turn out to have been sexually abused? There's a term for it. There's vocabulary for this. It's the cycle of abuse. So guess what? Do you really think this doesn't happen over here? Just don't be a woman, simple? Well, nowadays, apparently that's possible. So is this going to be an NFT? Yeah, you need to explain the EDP thing to chat. Oh, this guy was like a YouTube pedo and he tried to meet a 15-year-old girl and bring her cupcakes. That was the joke for anybody that doesn't know. And so the moment that you get groomed by some guy like this, it's going to shade your perspective on, like, a good example of this is like, did you guys ever have like a scary movie whenever you were a kid, and that scary movie like caused you to like it fucked with your psyche a little bit whenever you were little, like you would like look behind doors and shit like that, right? Like I remember like whenever I watched Signs, like that shit scared the fuck out of me as a kid, right? And then I watched was it the M. Night Shyamalan, was it The Village, right? Where like you're going in there as like the red monsters or something. Like Signs was that for me. Signs fucked me up. Yeah, that shit was crazy, right? And anyway, and like now I don't have that perspective at all. But like when you're 7, right? Like that your whole mind is different. And like when you're 14, your whole mind is different. So I think that's what happens is that like you have a lot of these girls that are going on the internet, they're going on social media, they're having these freaks, weirdos, creeps, and pedos going after them. And I think that shades their entire perspective of all men. And the fact is, who can blame them? I don't blame them. Like, the thing is that you might think that women hate men and it's irrational. Ask a woman that you know to read some of their DM requests. Holy. The Ring and the Grudge? Oh, yeah. Well, I'm saying, like, and again, when I talk about this stuff, I try to relate it to people's individual experiences, right? Your personal experience. So whenever I'm talking about, like, let's say this, for example, or something else, I try to make it to where, like, people can understand it and relate it to themselves. Because, you know, again, like, if you're not able to do that, it might be harder to do. Bro, but there's a one-way sexual asymmetry. Can you explain why that is? Why is there a sexual asymmetry? Why do men not have that perspective? Because women are more prized in the sexual environment than men are. Think about it like this. Let me think of a good way to say this. I guess I can use the another old incel quote. This is an incel quote from before there were incels. This is an incel quote you'd get from boomers, right? A lock that can be opened by any key is a faulty lock, but a key that can open any lock is a master key. That's it. And so, and think about it like this, right? I mean, a woman, like, let's say a dude wants to have a kid. Okay, well, you're locked in for like maybe 5 minutes. Let's say a woman wants to have a kid. You're locked in for 9 months. And like, you know, realistically a lot longer than that because you have to take care of the kid. But like at least 9 months. So the problem is that women are biologically inclined to be the selectors in sex. They have to be. There's no way inside of a society where that doesn't become the case, right? And so, yeah, by the makers, exactly. It's basic biology. Like all of our biology and everything about, you know, like our, you know, like our being makes it toward that is the case. My mom taught me a quote when I was a teen. I forgot how I found that, but like, yeah, it was something like that. Happens in nature too? Yeah, it does. So like, for example, like you can have an alpha male in like some, you know, wolf pack or something that impregnates 5 different of the female wolves, right? But, and that's the way that a pack survives. And I think that's the way that, you know, like species evolve. And obviously, like at a certain point, it becomes a problem because there's interbreeding. But assuming that's not the case, this is obviously where things are in real life too. And like, you just look back in the days, right? I mean, like these Chinese, like what's crazy is that Do you remember that Chinese billionaire that everybody was saying was like a great example of birthright citizenship fraud, where he's paid like 100 kids to like 100 of his kids to like go over and be born in America? The reason why he's doing that is that you are playing the odds. Think about it like this. I don't have a dice, right? But like if you want to roll a 20, do you want 2 chances or do you want 100 chances? I'd rather have 100 rerolls, right? And so a lot of these guys, especially, and this is the way that they looked at, you're beating the odds, right? Because like, what if you have a kid and the kid's retarded? Like, I don't mean like a mental illness. I mean like they're just stupid. Like, what if you have a kid and he doesn't understand what a triangle is? Oh my God. Well, you're the Chinese emperor. He has to understand triangles and he doesn't get it. Fuck, right? And now you have there's a big problem. This is a huge problem. And so what do? You have 100 kids and guaranteed at least one of these kids is going to know what a triangle is. So what happens, I think, everybody with a smart person, exactly. And so that's why they have a bunch of kids. And like, you know, that's the way dynasties would do things, right? That's why many of these older families, like, you know, in antiquity, they would have, you know, dozens of kids. Yes, obviously they would die through childbirth. That's another reason, but it's not the only reason. So my point with this, right, going back to what I was saying with this, is that the reason why I think women are having this happen. So number one, I think that definitely 100% it is because a lot of women are getting groomed on the internet while they're underage, and it causes them to, it basically poisons the well for men. And number two, the second reason is that women are much more strongly compelled to observe things by consensus rather than by a rational critical thinking thing. And this is not a, you know, again, there's no like fucking, like I'm not being sexist here. This is a fact. It's just a literal fact. And so because of that, what happens is that, you know, like, pedos? Yeah, true. And name the retarded kid Mulligan and try again. Yeah, there's Mulligan 7. You know, like, hopefully, right? And young women are the best and aggressive revolutionaries due to being empaths. Well, young women are only good revolutionaries in an environment where their level of aggression is not punished, right? So young women are actually terrible revolutionaries, and they can never be revolutionaries. The only real revolutionaries and the only real force for change in society can only ever be men. Because men are bigger, stronger, faster, and they will always outperform women in any sort of a test of force. This will always be the case. So the only cases where women are powerful in terms of a revolutionary sense is in societies that allow aggression to exist unchecked, which is our society. And it should be any good society. Like, somebody should be able to be aggressive without getting punched in the face, right? And very clearly. Women have more radical ideologies and adopt them way quicker than men. Well, why do they do that, though? They do that in order to fit in, obviously, with the group, right? I mean, that's the reason why. And that's, again, the compelling nature of consensus for women. And I think that social media manufactures that consensus. And sometimes it is that consensus. And so once women see, and I think that's also men, and men do this too, but women just do it at a much higher ratio. And once they see that, well, everybody thinks this and everybody's believing this, then they go with it. Then they start moving with it. And then that's it. Consensus stops progress. Well, whether it stops it or not, that's what's happening, right? That's my point. And read articles on Time to Lost to what being a progressive actually means. Leaves a retro line to the brand of angry young woman well. They remind me of the arts and politics students I used to critique. 95% were women. Almost all of their ideas were the same, all lacking in originality and bravery. Every pitch just a spineless rehash combo in LGBT and feminist sound bites. It was so tiresome. And these were master students. One of the world's most prestigious... That's the problem. And there's also a big issue is that a lot of these women that are getting into college probably shouldn't be there. Like, they're getting fake degrees for fake jobs. It's a waste of everybody's time and resources. And the only reason why it's happening is because of DEI. It's because of DEI and other forms of selective hiring processes. That's what's happening. Like, a lot of this, and by the way, how do you know this is true? Because of Twitter. Elon Musk, and I've got to say, And I'm not trying to put Elon on the spot here, right? But let's look at this here. I want to show you guys this. There's no image of this. Well, I guess I can't find it. I'm sorry. But there were two pictures posted. One was a picture of before they made the change of the Twitter team, and then after they made the change of the Twitter team. And it went from a romance novel book club to a Warhammer 40K convention. Let me just say that. Let me just say that, all right? Totally changed. Before and after Twitter team? Okay, I'll see if I can find it. Let me see if I can get this. Oh, this might not be it. Let me see if I can find. Yep, there it is. There it is. Where have women gone from Elon Musk's Twitter? There you go. That's right. No girls allowed. Yep. So what's happened, I think, is that, you know, universities and different programs have created this artificial idea that the participation rate of men and women inside of lucrative fields needs to have parity. It needs to be equal. But the problem there is that some fields are just going to attract more men and some fields are going to attract more women. So the problem is that whenever you manufacture that parity, you add people in that shouldn't be there. And that's what's happened, is that you've had a lot of these people that I think have, you know, again, like look at how many opportunities and advantages and, you know, programs and possibilities and things that they can take advantage of and everything else, like internships and, you know, mentorships that are reserved for women. They're reserved for women primarily, and overwhelmingly. So how is it that you have to do all of this in order to create this parity? It's because it doesn't exist. It's not real. And so what happens is that this is the second order effect, is that you get very, very stupid college students that should have never been in college in the first place. And the only reason they probably were in college is because of a lifetime of preferential treatment, advantages, and systematic, you know, basically benefits. That's what's happened. That's exactly what's happened, is that they've been given all of these systematic benefits and advantages, and because of that, they've been able to achieve a certain level of parity. But the moment that, you know, that meritocracy is once again enforced, things go back to default settings really quick. They do. And you can look at IQ distribution with men and women. You can look at everything. And the thing is that a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about are things that nobody else will ever say. Nobody else will ever say a lot of this stuff. And the reason why is because it's politically incorrect. It's politically incorrect to say that very obviously, you know, IQ between men and women are different, but men are much more likely to be on the tail ends of IQ. Like, for example, you've got a lot more retarded men, and you've got a lot more, you know, Isaac Newtons and Galileos, right? And so, like, at a person at 150 or at 50 is probably going to be a guy, and at 100, probably going to be more likely to be a woman. That's it. That's fair. That's just the way it is. And so, anyway, I've heard that. Yeah, because it's true. And so, and I'll say it, people hate me for it. Well, yeah, it's very taboo. Well, and think about that, right? Why is it taboo to acknowledge a biological reality? Think about that. It's because it's, again, what I was saying, the manufactured consensus of a false reality. And the moment that you build your worldview and you try to build, when you try to build a castle on sand on a house of cards, it will always collapse. And that's the reason why their worldviews always collapse. That's the reason why these people never achieve anything. It's because there's no foundation under any of it. It's headcanon logic? Yes, it is. So, banned anyone today yet? No, actually, I haven't. I've been on like a 1 hour and 40-minute rant, basically, right? And I've got a lot to say about this. And anyway, let me go back over here. Progress isn't achieved by preachers or guardians of morality, but by madmen, hermits. How about that? Heretics, dreamers, rebels, and skeptics. That's true. And anyway, I'll look at some more of this too, because there's been even more to go through. It's been and this research has, again, it's surprised basically nobody, but again, there it is. And then this is also another one. And let's look at the other angle of this. I told my sister about IQ curves. They were mad. Yep. I mean, the thing is that the truth hurts. Hurts. That's the way it is. Yeah, that's the way it is. And we have, and this is the problem, is that we have an entire society that is built to go to war with reality itself. People don't want to acknowledge that gender is real. People don't want to acknowledge that men and women are different. People don't want to acknowledge genetic differences between, different ages. People don't want to acknowledge differences in culture. They don't want to acknowledge differences in anything. So we live in this hyper reality that's been completely manufactured by people that want to subvert us. And it's happening on every single level. All those on a run. I mean, somebody's got to say it, right?
Here's a headline for you. The stay-at-home boyfriend is now an economic trend.
The stay-at-home boyfriend. I was a stay-at-home boyfriend myself. The only difference is I didn't have a girlfriend. I just stayed at home.
Here's a headline for you. The stay-at-home boyfriend is now an economic trend as more women than men go to work. And the reason they found is that fewer young men, Maggie, are entering the workforce than their fathers, their parents were. Is this a trend that you are noticing personally? And what do you think about this?
Yes, well, on the internet, we call those men neat. So they're not in education, employment, or training. I think a lot of men...
That's not a gendered term, by the way. Women can be neats, too.
Feel really comfortable sitting online all day long. That's a very comforting space for them. And if they're being financially supported, whether by parents or a girlfriend, God knows why that woman chose them, then of course they can.
And this is always what a pretty young girl will come to the conclusion of. And the thing is that she's actually not wrong. I have very traditional views on marriage. I think that you should be able to earn a living with one person working, and the person working should be the man. And the woman should stay home and take care of the kids. I would never force a woman to do that, but I would want to be in a relationship or a marriage with a woman who wanted to do that. How do I know that works? Geez, guys. I don't know. Maybe like all of history. Yeah, maybe like the whole time. Like, that's it. You need capital. Yes, exactly. All of history, maybe. So what about before with no kids? Well, why would you get married and not want to have kids? What, are you retarded? You just date her. That way you can kick her to the curb later on if she gets annoying. Well, I mean, really, like, well, we gotta say taxes? Just change the way taxes are. Like, this is what I would do. This is beyond me, right? This is what my opinion is that I think that they should change it to where basically if you're married and you only have one person in the family working, you should get a crazy amount of tax benefits. You should get crazy. You should get more tax benefits, get this, than Somalian scammers in Minnesota. I'm talking about big time, major tax benefits. Because, and the reason why, and here it makes sense, it does, because that's the way it should be. We should be paying people to do it right. And so, like, when I was a kid, I don't know if I should say this. Like, so when I was a kid, my mom was a stay-at-home mom. Here's the funny thing. my parents weren't married. They were divorced. But my mom was still a stay-at-home mom because she was in need. She never wanted to get a job. She never wanted to do anything. All she wanted to do all the time was sit on the computer, watch movies, eat chocolate, and be taken to Taco Bell. Not go to Taco Bell, be taken to Taco Bell. She's in the passenger seat, and that's it. And the thing is that the amount of enrichment in the lives of myself, Zach, Cody, Jeff, Cameron, other Cody, Logan, Eric, Alec, Jason, Sean, Dylan, like all of my friends. I'm not probably forgetting like 10 other people. I had a conversation with one friend of mine about a mutual friend of ours. It's one of the people on that list. And we asked ourselves, would this friend be in the situation that they're in right now if, you know, like, and honestly, like, this is the truth. I see, like, if our mom was still alive, because they were, you know, like, we were that close. And we agreed, like, no. Probably not. And so that was a really important thing for me. It was a tremendous important thing for me. And so my outlook on it, let's pay it forward. Let's make sure that somebody has that opportunity to have this happen for them. You see what I'm saying? Rather than trying to pull the ladder up, rather than trying to say that this is a bad thing. That's it. Grandma probably said that. Yeah, exactly. And so, like, and the thing is that, and people will remember her, we'll all remember her for the rest of our lives. She like, I mean, yeah, she was a writer and she was very successful with that. She was an artist and everything, but that's not what we're really thinking about. We use those things to remember her by, but what we really remember is the impact that she had on our lives. And so this one-dimensional, and I'm going to say it, capitalistic idea that a person's worth and value should be measured purely by their economic impact is poisonous. It's completely poisonous. And I think we need to do more to get rid of it. We do. It's not capitalistic. Well, I mean, you could say whatever you want to call it, right? Like financially economic focused. Like a person's value is not the amount of money that they make. You're sounding pro-immigrant, bro?
Can continue to do that. I think that's very disturbing. I would not have a stay-at-home boyfriend personally.
That's right. That's right. And you're cute enough to be a stay-at-home girlfriend if you want to be. You are. And women will always dog on men for being stay-at-home boyfriends. But at the same time, the reality is that these systems that women have wanted to be implemented have created men to be stay-at-home boyfriends. Randomly saw this, highly relevant. What is it? Let me go back. I'll pull it up.
Workout sets. Hey, we live in an era where the girls wearing workout sets, drinking matcha, running around the city between workout classes probably make more money than the sea of finance bros that are in line at a Just Salad in between their lunch breaks. I love this life. I was definitely born in the right era.
Having a bunch of hoes running around selling nudes of themselves and then getting plastic surgery, turning out to look like Jigsaw, and then getting depressed and having mental breakdowns at, like, you know, the old age of 29. This is not the way that we were meant to live. Having mental breakdowns at, like, you know, the old age of 29. This is not the way that we were meant to live. It's not. And there's something wrong with it. I have no problem with hoes. I have no issue with them at all. I think they're great. But at the same time, the glorification of it, the focus on it, and I mean, at a certain point, whenever, what was it named, like Bad Barbie or Bad Baby or something, that the Cash Me Outside girl from Dr. Phil and Little Tay, like, they get famous when they're like 9 years old and when they're like 13 or 14 years old. And they have people pre-ordering their OnlyFans. we've got ourselves a problem here. There's something wrong. There's something wrong big time. Really, really big time. Gross? I'm serious. Like, I'm serious about this. Like, y'all can look into this. I mean, Little Tay even said it, which is, that's just so sick, right? So sick. And so here's the problem, right? How do these girls have the idea to go and do OnlyFans and stuff like this whenever they turn 18? It's because they're probably getting groomed on the internet by adult men that are telling them to do it. That's the reason why. And by other adults that are trying to feed into this idea. It's sick. Absolutely sick. The Epstein, yeah, exactly. Like, the Epstein class is real, but it's not just people that are really rich. And there's a lot of Epsteins. And they're cutting out the middlemen. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't have a problem with girls that do it, but it shouldn't be a lifestyle, right? And anyway, no, I think that there's, and look at this tweet, right? 7.2 million views. Look at this. And so, me greeting my wife in nothing but an apron and a drug-induced erection. Hi, honey, how was your bullshit? How was your job? How was your job today? Yeah, there it is. As a stay-at-home husband, I spend most of the days lifting, tanning, training martial arts, and reading philosophy. Yeah, there it is. And so we're just going to pretend that college and the workforce didn't do everything possible to kick out young men. Exactly. So corporate America promised to hire a lot more people of color. It actually did. White was 6%. People of color, 94%. I really thought I'd get actual pushback. Someone somewhere articulating a theory of what I got wrong, why DEI was good or necessary, but this is pure ad hominem, total epistemic closure. There's nothing under the hood. And completely uncurious about the world that they actually live in. So, again, the lost generation. Oh, boy. 1 in 6 hiring managers have been told to stop hiring white men. There you go. And so this is the reason why you have these things happen. And this is something that was done to men. It did not happen to men. It was done to them intentionally with a malicious intent. It was done with a malicious intent, and it was done to hurt them. And it worked. It worked. Yeah, why is this happening to us? Angry? Because there are too many men. Here's the reason why it happens. It's because there are too many men that are eager to sell themselves and sell other men out in order to, they will throw away every level of self-respect they have just for a crumb of pussy. That's the reason why. Just to hear that they're a good boy on, on a Twitter post. That's the reason why. That's all there is. Too many simps? That's right. Too many simps. And eventually, I think this will go away. And I think it's beginning to go away. Because now, like, the conditions are becoming so problematic that, it's like something like this. I hate to say this, guys. Has there ever been a single society in the history of societies where young, able-bodied, military-aged men were systematically disenfranchised and disadvantaged, and there wasn't something bad that happened? I'm pretty sure the probability for something bad happening on that's like 100%, right? Amazons? Yeah, okay, so the one that's not real, right? Okay, yeah, sure, like Wonder Woman. It's great point. Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, I think that's it's pretty substantial. Pretty substantial, right? And basically, exactly, it takes a while, though. Yeah. And this is a result of stop bullying. At least the kids that got bullied turned out to be doctors and lawyers. No, I think these are two separate things, actually. And why are women reacting negatively to this? I thought women liked being out of the workforce and staying home was a horrible atrocity that had been inflicted on them against their will. It's a power dynamic. And also, it's different people doing it. What's wrong with men paying reparations for being oppressed in the same way? True. And every data point about struggling young men is always discussed in a vacuum as if it suddenly happened, like weather or earthquakes. It has nothing to do with the policies that were literally designed to fast-track women into professional jobs for the past 3 generations. It is. And I'm going to be honest, like, I will never, this is the reason, I've said this before, this is the reason why I never support any Democrat for anything. This is the reason. Right here. It's because Democrats support this shit. Some Republicans do, too. To be fair, they do. And it's a huge problem. It's a massive problem. And good, Shirley Game Boyd turns out amazing number one. Well, I didn't say that, right? I mean, I'm not. I don't agree with that. But anyway, so this is what and they've got no problem patronizing and talking like this. And the problem is that these women are actually right. They are. It shouldn't be like this, but it is. And it's just getting worse and worse and worse. I'll look at a few more posts about this, and I want to look at some other stuff. Trump should be squashing this. He's being a complete pussy. He is. He's being a massive, gigantic pussy. And it's so fucking embarrassing. It makes me mad. Every day I see some post about him getting mad about something and not doing anything. It makes me fucking furious. And do you have a negative or positive view on the opposite gender? Women, 21% negative. That is insane, as I said. Holy fucking shit. And so anyway, let me go back over here. And where is this? Oh, yeah, here's another one. University leaders warn Australia faces a generation of lost boys as young men increasingly fall behind in education and employment opportunities. And the reason why is that, again, it's because there are advantages that are created explicitly for women that men don't have access to. That's the main problem. This is by design. If you removed all the guardrails, if you took away all the guardrails, all of the policies, all of the regulations, all of the quotas, all of the rules, well, that's what would happen. There it is. That's exactly what would happen. And this will happen every single time. 99 out of 100, probably higher than that, 999 out of 1,000. This is just the way it is. And what it says, women already made up 57% of the student body, but it wasn't enough. Women are never satisfied until they have 100% of the opportunities. It's not women, it's just, it's people. This is the problem, is that And the West has not inoculated itself around false accusations of bigotry. The reason why this continues to be a problem is that people don't understand how to ignore accusations of bigotry. And whenever something like that is leveraged in a way that's, not true or inaccurate, what they do, instead of actually listening to and, trying to, take it seriously or not, they just immediately apologize. They say, oh, okay, well, I guess I'm wrong because you're calling me this word. So basically, Westerners have become completely cucked by, words. That's what's happened. This will change very fast because men have required strength to do something about it. Well, that'll only happen whenever men decide to do that, right? And hopefully it doesn't come to that. That'll be horrible. And I think that you still have time to turn things around. But I do want to say that eventually this will end violently. Undeniably, this will end violently, and there is no chance that the men that are being violent about it will not win. It will just be unquestionable. It'll be instantaneous. There's nothing that Dark Age, exactly, yeah. So you should be trying everything that you can do to prevent that from happening. That's a scary thing, yeah. It's inevitable.
Everything stinky. These were the ingredients chosen to create the perfect TikTok prankster. Ass, poop, and everything stinky. These were the ingredients chosen to create the perfect TikTok prankster. But Professor Goober accidentally added an extra ingredient to the concoction, chemical cringe. And thus, this loser was born. This is some complete trash, garbage, doo-doo that I just have to clown on this guy for. He should be ashamed.
Yo, there's a guy chasing me. There's a guy chasing me.
Where the fuck is he? Yo, why the fuck you fuck my girl, bro?
This gut buster is his bread and butter. He's done this exact prank numerous times. He really likes this one. It's his Kamehameha. This is his signature move here. And it's a tried and true classic from TikTok pranksters where they go into fast food establishments and treat the workers like subhuman props for them to walk all over and disturb for the sake of their content. That's the joke. Haha, guys, let's go fuck with the employees making minimum wage, not able to live off of their salary, and just make sure their day's a little bit worse. And maybe if we're lucky, we'll even scare them. Like in some of his videos, some of the employees actually freak out and run away because they don't know what's going on. These could be unhinged, dangerous lunatics there that have a gun or a knife, and they're just running around the back yelling and screaming, hooting and hollering. So yeah, the employees are naturally going to be afraid, and that's golden to people like this. They love that kind of shit. Tee-hee, they think we're gonna kill them or something, like their lives in danger, but actually it's just us pranking them. Ha ha ha. Oh yes, the cloud is gonna be so juicy.
What the fuck's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, bro? Right back there, bro. Come on, bro.
Go.
Come on.
Did you hear how loud that was at the end? Oh, jump scare. That's also a good joke. He ends all of his videos with that little sound bite, a little bit of the, eardrum blasting comedy. And that's one of his favorite pranks. This is the one I wanted to start with because I hate this shit so much, and it's so common for fucking worms like this to do this, where they just believe everyone working a normal job is just an NPC that they can go and just disturb and be a nuisance and spread misery, so that way they can make content out of it. Now, typically, when I cover douchebags like this, I like to crop their name out. I do that because I don't want anyone to go harass them, and especially for pranksters, anyone that does trickle on over there is a net positive to them. They love that their name gets out there in any capacity whatsoever, no matter what it is. Even if it's getting shit and spit on, it doesn't matter. They are these shameless latrines, and they're more than willing to gobble all the piss and shit imaginable as long as it gets them attention. So I always like to make sure that the names aren't visible. In this guy's case, it's impossible because he's so proud of this vile garbage, this embarrassing trash, that he even watermarks the video itself. So you can see his name is Tyler. He puts his stamp of it. This is Tyler's work. Tyler made this shit-ass beat. Now, I want to make a special shout-out to Tyler's loser friends because I think they're actually even more pathetic than Tyler, and this is something I say a lot. The pranksters are awful, but their friends are even worse because they don't even get anything out of it. So this guy, who has to be the cuckold, by the way, the role that Tyler gives this shirtless guy in sunglasses is the cuckold who is chasing him around because Tyler fucked his girl. So not only is he playing the cuck in the video, but he is also a real life cuck because he does all of this and doesn't see a penny. Tyler at least makes a little bit of money off it, like a handful of doubloons. He's not a big creator by any means, but he definitely does have some monetization here. So he gets something in return for it. But his friends don't. They are literally just there so Tyler can use them as his lackeys, his little sidekicks that actually willfully, on purpose, play the role of Tyler's bitch for no gain at all. Not even a mention in the description or in the video or anything, not a link to them that I can find, nothing. They just proudly be Tyler's bitch.
Yo, he fucked my girl. Nah, it's none of that. It's none of that. Somebody's chasing. He's chasing me. Yo, he's chasing me. He's chasing me. Yo, what the fuck? Yo. Yo. What? Yo, nah, he fucked my girl. It's none of that. He fucked my girl, gang. He fucked my girl. Bro, he fucked my girl, gang. Bro, nah, I'm really on timing, bro.
Like I said, he's done this one multiple times. He keeps taking encore performances that not a single soul is asking for outside of lobotomized children that are just so fucking brain rotted that they're doomed from the start. But I wanted to show you this one in particular because you can actually see the fear on the employees as these assholes are just rampaging through the back, like trashing the place. The employees are afraid. You can even hear one of them yell. Like, I imagine that has to be an extremely frightening situation. Like, you have no idea what's going on, and now all of a sudden, these two fucking douchebags are running through there yelling and screaming.
Can you help you?
Oh, what the fuck are you doing? I did not scan anything, sir.
Yeah, you did. Yes, you fucking did. Yes, you did.
Yeah, you did. Do you want to see my phone?
Yeah,
I do. Hey, yo.
Hey,
what? Hey, yo, what? Who the fuck are you to put your phone near my wife's phone? And I watched you when I was walking up.
No, don't touch it. It's his phone. I don't give
This
a
is
shit.
my
Move
phone.
the fuck up and mind your business. You want to get in my face? And held his You want to get in my face now?
Yo, get out of here. You're lucky I don't throw you. Get out of here. Go. Get out of here before you can't leave. Leave.
It's such a shame. That's a top 10 saddest anime moments right there that Tyler didn't actually get his ass beat there. I really wish that guy had swung on him. Tyler is always so confident to do his pranks on elderly people or employees that are currently working, so that way there's less chance of him actually getting, you know, a bit of knuckle sandwiches being fed to him. But in this case, he did teeter on the edge and got pretty close. I have no doubt he was tinkling in his little britches. No matter how hard he tries to hide behind the gong sound effects, you can kind of hear the panic in his voice in the actual confrontation. Tyler also only follows pranks that others have done before him. He just bites onto their ass like a little hemorrhoid and does the pranks himself and does them even worse. So this Apple Pay prank was something that was pretty big on TikTok for a little while, where pranksters would go up with their phone, they'd have it make a noise when they like tap it towards a stranger's phone, making them believe that something nefarious had just happened, that they had like stolen money from them or some kind of like Apple Pay scam or something. So these people here now believe that this stranger, Tyler, has stolen from them, which is why they're so upset. That's the whole point of the prank. Haha, they think I stole money from them. Get pranked. Ha 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 ha.
Think they like M&M's? 40 spot later.
No, I don't think that'll be the case, Greaseball. I heard Tyler's already booked out the remainder of your schedule. You've got to pretend that he fucked your girl again for the millionth time while you chase him around for his video to make money off of you being a pathetic little loser.
540. Boss, you gotta be playing with my balls right now, because that is way too much.
Way too much. I'm not paying for all that.
You're the guys who put it all on the counter.
You could donate it to us.
No, I cannot. It has to be paid for.
Here's one of his latest bangers where he grabs tons of items from the gas station, puts them on the counter, acting like he's gonna buy it, lets the cashier ring up tons and tons of items, which is a tedious process, but he's ringing up all the items. Then when he's telling him what he's gonna need to pay, he's like, well, that's way too much. Shouldn't it just be free? We're wasting your time. That's the joke. We're wasting your time while you're working, and we're filming you. You're a prop, bud. You're a prop. So can you get irritated? Because that helps bring in clicks. Like, we're annoying you. That's the joke. And then when this is all over and we're not paying for this, obviously, then you get to go put all of these items back on the shelf. That's your job, bro. And we're making fun of you for it. We're making it worse for you. For our TikTok, dude.
What I'm about to do to Bob? Do to Bob. Me and Hoyoyoy and erase the square.
I don't give a fuck what the fuck that's supposed to mean, because it don't mean shit to me. 540 for what I've scanned. You still haven't scanned a good $200. This is the kind of shit a fucking preschooler fucking pulls.
We're not getting this for free?
No!
Did anybody ever tell you you kind of cuss like a preschooler?
Holy, Tyler with the venom. The quick comeback there from Tyler. I really like that the employee just says, I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. This is like lame, like
children shit that you're doing here. This is embarrassing. You should feel bad about yourself. But it just doesn't set in on Tyler or his brain dead sidekick there, because the only thing that matters to them are these trash TikToks, the internet attention from TikTok pranks. And the employee is rightfully angry because he just spent this time ringing up the items. He knows they're not going to put it back on the shelves. They 1000% don't have the neurons activation to even think about that being something to do. So he knows he's going to have to go do that. He's annoyed, and he immediately recognizes that this is supposed to be some kind of prank at his expense, which makes him even more irritated. Tyler tries to make some whack-ass Doodle Bob reference that fell flat on its face, which is really upsetting because I love Doodle Bob references, and Tyler's out here ruining it. He's just torching it. He's just so unentertaining. He doesn't make me laugh. Everything he says is nails on a chalkboard. He is just so fucking cringe.
I can cuss whoever the fuck I want. I'm 33, motherfucker.
Unk. Yo.
I don't give a fuck.
Yo, relax,
you can call
bro.
me Unk. I'm the coolest fucker in their 30s you'll ever fucking find.
Relax, bro. Your cheese is throwing up gang signs.
Either get out or fucking buy it. What's the choice, motherfuckers? Seriously, I have a job to fucking do, and you are stopping it.
I'm not paying for
Then get the fuck out! What the fuck don't you understand? I don't give a fuck if it's an April Fool's prank. Get the fuck out!
April Fools!
I don't give a fuck!
April Fools!
Joe!
April Fools!
Get the fuck out, motherfucker!
April Fools!
Nice work, boys. You really got him. Everyone was giggling and spitting up on this one. You guys came together, you and your little goblin gremlins that follow you around, came together and ensured that a normal guy working a normal job, a job he probably doesn't want to be at, you ensured he had a much worse day. You made it a lot more miserable. So that way you could film it for your TikTok. What a slam dunk, Tyler. Really impressive stuff. And I know Tyler, nor none of his little mosquitoes that follow him around, I know they don't have a job. I know that they're really banking on this whole fucking TikTok prankster career to be like their future. I truly hope it doesn't work out for them. I hope he ends up working this same job, and through some kind of karmic justice, he meets a Tyler himself that just makes his day fucking awful, just so he can see what that's like once. I think that'd be great. I don't know if that'll happen or not. I'm sure he probably has money from his parents. He seems like that kind of guy from everything I've seen. But anyway, he sucks. His friends suck. These pranks are trash. It's garbage. That's really about it. See ya.
I promised I would watch it, and I have to keep my promise. Gentlemen, we are going to figure out. I live in Texas, okay? It's called Exposing Texas's Indian Invasion. Oh boy. I don't know what's going to happen. Am I getting banned for watching this? I don't think I'm going to get banned for it. Why would I get banned?
This is Frisco, Texas, a once quiet farm town turned home to one of the largest and fastest growing Indian communities in America.
This is in Texas?
India.
From India?
I'm from India.
Holy
I'm
shit.
an H-1B.
I'm into IT. Motherland India or Texas, USA?
Obviously, Motherland India.
Obviously.
Man.
Obviously, Motherland India.
As the Indian population exploded from 3% to 33% of the population.
33%? Holy shit.
Since the year
What?
2000, many Texans are outraged.
From
declaring there has been
Wait, that
an
was in 25 years?
Indian invasion. But how are all these Indians coming to
my
Texas?
God.
And is Frisco the only town in Texas where Indians are seemingly spawning out of thin air?
They're
I pulled
spawning?
up to the Frisco Town Hall meeting to witness the clash of heritage Texans and their new Indian neighbors. We need more or less H-1B people here.
We need a lot less.
Why?
I got laid off 20 years ago. I worked in IT. I have 2 master's degree. I was making over $100,000 a year. They said, you're too expensive. We're going to hire Indian. But
So they basically fired this guy, and then they hired some guy from India that's way cheaper. Okay.
I haven't been able to find a job in IT
What a
since.
surprise.
And it's really sad.
And you know what? I don't have another home in India. I don't have another home in Bangladesh. I don't have another home. I can't move to Somalia. I won't be able to live there. I'll die. This is my home. The devil would say, well, you're racist. That's racist.
The devil would say?
According to the devil's dictionary definition of the term, I am racist.
There's been a takeover in Frisco of the Indian population and a lot of concerned citizens, and I'm leading the way asking questions. And I made this because corporations own Frisco. I'm a lifelong Texan turned T-Mobile whistleblower. I started talking about H-1B because T-Mobile uses H-1B to employ foreigners while they're laying off Americans right down the street.
See, that's the main issue. It's that every company takes advantage of this benefit of like being able to hire people from other countries, and then they use it to hire those people instead of Americans. Like, the issue isn't necessarily the fact that, again, if you find the incentive, if you can explain a behavior by finding the incentive. And they have an incentive to do this, and so this is why they keep hiring people from India. It's because they can do it cheaper, and then you bring over somebody on an H-1B visa, and guess what? Now this person has much more obligation to the country, because if you lose your job, you could get sent back to India, and they don't want to have that happen.
The Indian population in Frisco has exploded 33% of the population over the past 20 years, a 4,510% increase. And you know, there might be a lot of people here that are coming here legally, but there also seems to be some red flags with the H-1B
Well, just
visa.
because something is legal doesn't mean that it's good. I mean, I have a big problem with this. There are plenty of things that are legal that shouldn't be legal, but they just are.
Program. And the question is, are Indian people using that to bring people over?
So you're telling me Frisco's turning into Little Mumbai at this rate?
That's what people like to call it these days.
I'm America first. I'm pro-American.
USA.
Yeah.
USA.
I think it's a good sign. People whoever has done the fraud, they should be brought to the justice.
Yeah.
And I'm now running for the Justice of Peace in Texas. In
Justice of Peace.
Yes.
What's your name?
Martin Paretti.
Martin Preti.
Yeah. I want everybody enjoy the life, but at the end of the day, we want to do it right.
My beef isn't with the Indian people. It's with the system that are